Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. I took a night shift at a quiet warehouse in the Appalachian Foothills, and something walked up out of the creek, through the cameras, and followed me home. That is how his email starts. Tonight's story comes from a man who says he only took the job because he was broke, divorced, and tired of seeing other people. A small distribution warehouse off a lonely highway, one row of streetlights, a loading dock, and a gravel road that slips down into the trees and vanishes by a narrow black creek. No customers, no crowds, just cardboard, forklifts, and the soft electric hum of machines. It sounded perfect. 12 hours alone, with a break room microwave, an old fridge that never stops buzzing, and a wall of cheap security monitors watching the parking lot and the back fence. Out here, the only things moving after midnight are raccoons, fog, and the occasional truck taking the wrong exit. At least, that is what they told him on his first day. But a few weeks into the job, the building started doing something it was not supposed to do. The loading dock buzzer would scream in the middle of the night, with no trucks on the schedule and nothing on the camera but a blurry, human-shaped smear pressed up against the button. The intercom would click on by itself, breathing into the speakers, and then the cameras began to show him things that were not there when he opened the door. He says the first time he heard the woman singing up from the creek, he thought it was just some drunk out walking by the water. He does not think that anymore, because whatever was down there below the tree line did not stay at the creek. It found a way to step into the cameras, and once it learned how to move through those, it did not stay at the warehouse either. You can call me Mark. That is not my real name, but it is close enough to the one people used to say at the parts counter or under their breath outside the courtroom. Mid-30s, nothing special. The kind of man you could stand behind in line and forget as soon as you walked away. That used to sting. After the warehouse, being forgettable feels almost like a disguise. When this started, I had just come back to the town I grew up in. A smear of lights pressed against the Appalachian foothills. The kind of place the weatherman points at for a second and then ignores. I left after high school, swearing I would never move back. One slow, ugly divorce and a stack of bills with my name on them dragged me home anyway. The house went first, then the savings, then whatever pride was left. By the time the judge signed the last paper, I was sleeping in my car behind a strip mall, pretending the buzzing security lights over my windshield were temporary. My cousin let me crash on his couch for a month. He had kids, an early shift, and a wife who kept asking how long this situation was going to last. I wanted a door that only my key would open, even if what was behind it was barely livable. What I could afford was a one-bedroom in a tired complex off Route 19. Beige siding, stained carpet, a kitchen light that buzzed louder than the fridge, walls thin enough that my neighbor's TV and arguments played straight through. It was small and a little depressing, but my name was on the lease. After months of drifting, that mattered more than how it looked. The problem was the math. Lawyer fees, back payments, and maxed out cards I had leaned on when things were falling apart all came due at once. My day job covered groceries and gas, barely. I didn't need a dream career. I needed more hours in the week that somebody would actually pay me for. That is how the warehouse ended up in front of me. On the job site, it was called a regional distribution center for a grocery chain that never made it out of a 3-state radius. Around town, people just called it that big gray box by the highway. You have driven past 100 places like it. Long concrete rectangle, faded logo, a row of dock doors along the back like missing teeth. The posting said night security, light maintenance, and threw in words like independent, self-directed, and overnight differential. Translation: sit awake in an almost empty building while everyone else sleeps, and we will throw a few extra dollars on top of minimum. From the highway, the front of the building looked busy during the day. Wide asphalt lot, rows of cars and trailers, tall sodium lights that turned everything a tired orange at dusk. Trucks came and went, backing in with long beeps, air brakes sighing, men in reflective vests waving each other into place. If you did not know better, you would think it never really slept. The back was different. Past the dock doors and the concrete ramp, a chain-link fence marked the edge of company property. Just beyond it, a narrow gravel road peeled away from the dock and slid down a shallow slope toward the trees. You could not see that road from the highway. You had to stand on the dock and lean a little, look past the fence to notice how the strip of pale rock thinned into dirt and then vanished between the first dark trunks. Somewhere down there, at the bottom of the hollow, a creek crawled along the base of the hill. You could not see the water from above, but on still nights you could hear it, a soft hiss of current over stone. Behind the creek, the foothills rose in low, layered lines, tree-covered ribs stacked against each other. At night, they turned into black shapes cutting jagged teeth into the sky. Out here, sound moves strangely after dark. Fog drops into the low spots and hangs there. A truck on the interstate can sound like it is idling right behind you. A dog barking 2 ridges over can sound like it is in your backyard. I grew up with that, and with the stories that went with it. Lights in the trees, voices down in the hollers, people who walked into the wrong patch of woods and came back wrong, or did not come back at all. I used to laugh at most of it. Old mountain superstition, I would say, like I was better than the people who had been here long before me. That was before the warehouse, before the cameras, before I learned there are some stories you should not laugh at in the dark, especially when you were standing this close to where they started. My first night on the job, the supervisor met me at the front doors just before sunset. His badge said Tom in block letters. 50s, heavy around the middle, coffee on his breath. The tired friendliness of a man who has explained the same rules to too many people. He shook my hand like he had already decided I was not going to last. He walked me through at a practiced pace, a small lobby with an American flag on the wall and a bulletin board full of outdated flyers. A main hallway lined with humming fluorescent tubes and doors labeled shipping, receiving, office. The break room halfway down, rectangle of hard white light, scuffed tables, mismatched chairs, a microwave older than me, a white refrigerator that never stopped humming. 2 vending machines blinked their prices in dull red digits, waiting to eat somebody's last crumpled bill. "This is home base," Tom said, tapping the back of a chair. "Coffee maker works if you talk nice to it." TV gets a couple channels on a good night, you will get real familiar with the sound of that fridge." He smiled like it was a joke. It fell flat. Then he unlocked a door marked "Security" and showed me the room that would matter later. It was small and cooler than the rest of the building, lit mostly by the glow of screens. A metal desk held 2 thick monitors and a humming tower. Above it, 6 smaller screens were bolted to the wall in a crooked grid, each showing a grainy black and white view. Front lot, lobby, main aisle, back hallway, loading dock, gravel road, and fence line. "You got motion sensors on the main points," Tom said, tapping a keyboard with color-coded keys. "If something trips, you get a beep and it pops up here. Cameras record on a loop. If you see anything, you write the time in the log. Otherwise, you walk your rounds every hour. Make sure nobody's sleeping in a truck or trying to walk off with a pallet." I watched the frame that showed the back fence and the pale strip of gravel beyond it. Nothing moved. Just layers of gray. The tree line, a solid black bar at the top. Somewhere outside our walls, the creek was whispering to itself. Standing there, listening to the fans spin and the monitors buzz, I felt something like relief. No attorneys. No ex-wife. No customers. For 12 hours at a time, it would just be me and this concrete box and whatever the cameras decided to show me. Isolation felt, for once, like a clean slate instead of a punishment. If I had been paying closer attention, I might have noticed the way Tom's eyes kept flicking back to the loading dock screen, even when he was talking about something else. I might have opened the incident log on the desk and wondered why so many entries had a time written down and nothing in the description column. I might have asked what he meant when he said, casually, "If you hear anything weird out back, just call me. Do not go playing hero." Instead, I signed the last of the forms, clipped my new badge to my shirt, and walked him to the lobby. He had one hand on the glass door when he seemed to think of something. The evening light behind him turned him into a darker shape for a second. He looked back over his shoulder. "Guy before you," he said, like he was not sure he should say it. He walked out in the middle of his shift a couple months ago. Left his key card on the break room table. Never came back for his last check. Would not answer calls. Just gone. Tom shrugged and tried on a smile that did not fit. "Guess some folks just are not cut out for nights out here." I laughed, because that was what he seemed to want. Later, when I understood a little more about what those cameras could and could not see, I stopped thinking any of it was funny at all. By the time the sun slid behind the hills, the warehouse started to shed people like a snake losing old skin. At 9:30 p.m., the last of the day shift guys were still wrapping up. Forklifts whining, pallet jacks clanking, somebody dragging a broom down an aisle like they were trying to saw the floor in half. The overhead lights dimmed in stages, one row at a time, until only the main lanes and the dock stayed bright. The buzz of the fluorescents settled into a steady, insect-like hum. I watched from the break room doorway as a couple of truckers signed their paperwork at the shipping office, slapped the counter, and headed for the front doors. A red Peterbilt pulled away from the dock a few minutes later, brake lights glowing through the high windows as it eased toward the highway. When that sound faded, it felt like somebody had turned the whole world down a notch. That was when I met Dale. He was standing at the time clock, old school punch card in one hand, thermos in the other, late 50s, gray beard trimmed close, baseball cap with the company logo half faded, a reflective vest hanging open over his flannel shirt. He had the look of someone who had been here long enough to remember when the logo was new. "You the new night guy?" he asked, as if he already knew the answer. "Yeah," I said, holding up my badge. "Mark." "Dale," he said, shaking my hand. His grip was dry and strong in that way older men have, like they could still toss you across a loading bay if they felt like it. "You drew the short straw, huh?" "Seems quiet enough," I said. "Could be worse." He snorted. "You say that now. Wait till about 2 in the morning, when it is just you, that humming fridge and the ghosts." I thought he was joking, so I chuckled. "Ghosts get employee discounts or what?" Instead of laughing, he gave me a look that was half amused, half measuring. The kind of look people give kids when they say they are not afraid of the dark. "You from around here?" he asked, punching his card. The machine made a tired ka-chunk and spit it back out. "Yeah," I said. "Grew up a couple towns over." "Then you know how it gets out here at night." He jerked his chin toward the back of the building. "Sound plays tricks on you. Hills throw it around. Creek down there carries voices up." "I heard there was a creek," I said. "Haven't seen it yet." "You will hear it before you see it," he said. "You step out on that dock after midnight. You listen real close. Sometimes you catch a woman singing down there." He said it so casually that it took me a second to realize he was not building up to a punchline. "A woman?" I repeated. "Like an actual person?" Dale shrugged. "Never saw her. Just the song. Some nights it is clear as if she is standing right under the dock. Some nights it is way off, like it is coming up through the pipes. Same tune though. My uncle used to say it was somebody got themselves drowned in the flood back in '77. Never found the body, just the dress caught in a tree." He said it in that matter-of-fact Appalachian way, like he was talking about the weather. "Or," he added, taking a sip from his thermos, "it is just somebody's radio from God knows where bouncing off the hills. Pick whichever makes you sleep better." "I will take radio," I said. "Haunted playlists are above my pay grade." That earned a small smile. "Suit yourself. Just do not follow it. You hear it getting louder when you walk toward the fence. You turn around and come back inside. You understand me?" He sounded half joking, half not. I nodded mostly because I did not feel like arguing with the man who had probably been here since before I could drive. He glanced down the hall, then back at me. "You'll see other stuff on nights too," he said. "Back gravel road especially. Folks say there is a fella that walks it up and down. Never makes it to the dock, never goes back to the trees. Just walks like he forgot where he was headed." "Homeless guy?" I suggested. "Drunk?" "Maybe. Except we have had this place fenced for 10 years, and we had dogs before that." He frowned slightly, like he was searching old memories. "Used to be, before they put the cameras in, guys on nights would hear footsteps on that gravel when everything else was dead quiet. Like somebody pacing out there, just outside the light. One of them swore he saw boots under the gate one night, like somebody standing right up against it. When he opened the door, nobody. No marks? Nothing." He pulled his vest higher on his shoulders, as if a draft had found him. "And then you got that damn dock buzzer," he added. "That thing'll ring itself half to death sometimes. You go look? No truck, no car, no nothing on the feed but a little blur right where a face would be if somebody was pressing up too close. You will think the wiring's bad." His eyes met mine. "You stick with that. It is the easiest version." I wanted to tell him, I was not the kind of man who spooked easy, that I had sat in courtrooms listening to lawyers say things about me in front of strangers, that a dumb buzzer and a few campfire stories were not going to break me. Instead, what came out was a weak, "Yeah, well, haunted warehouse has to be better than my ex's living room." Dale actually laughed at that, a dry little sound. "Amen to that," he said. Then his expression sobered. "Just remember, if something feels off back there, you call Tom. Cameras see plenty. They do not fix much." He checked his watch, slung his lunchbox under one arm. 10:15, he said. "You got the place to yourself in 5. Enjoy the honeymoon, Mark. First couple nights are always nice and quiet." He started down the hallway toward the front, boots squeaking faintly on the waxed floor. After a few steps, he called back over his shoulder without turning. "And if the buzzer rings after midnight, wait a second before you open up. Give it time to decide if it really wants you." He waved one hand and was gone, swallowed by the shadowed lobby and the glass doors beyond. By 10:15 p.m., the last forklift had gone silent. The pallet jacks that had been clattering across the concrete settled in place. Someone killed the radio in receiving, cutting off a country song mid-chorus. The corridor lights dropped to a lower setting with a soft collective hum, like the whole building was sighing itself to sleep. The quiet that followed was not absolute. It was layered. The smell hit me first. Cardboard, shrink wrap, cleaning chemicals drying on a freshly mopped aisle. The disinfectant they used in the bathrooms had a harsh citrus tang that floated out into the hall in little ghostly waves. Under that was the permanent odor of exhaust and machine oil that every warehouse has baked into its pores. Above my head, the intercom speakers let out a soft, random pop, like static bubbles bursting. Somewhere behind the walls, the heating system rumbled awake, sending a lukewarm breath through the vents with a low, rolling whoosh. The old fridge in the break room hummed like it was trying to hold the whole place together by sheer vibration. I walked my first round with my badge clipped to my shirt and the handheld scanner in my palm, watching the little green light blink every time I hit a checkpoint. Down the main aisle, past towers of boxed cereal and canned soup, the pallets stacked higher than my head. The concrete floor reflected the overhead lights in faint, greasy streaks. My footsteps echoed back at me in a way that made it hard to tell if I was alone or if somebody was matching my pace half a warehouse away. At the far end, I scanned a checkpoint near the double doors and paused for a second. The metal was cold under my hand. Beyond those doors, I knew. The loading dock hung over the back lot, and the fence and the blind slope down to the creek. Through the little square window, all I could see was black. The yard lights left a hard white rectangle just outside the dock, and then nothing. Past that bright little island, the night turned into a wall. I went back to the break room and pretended it did not bother me. I microwaved a frozen dinner until the edges turned rubbery. The smell of overcooked gravy mixing with the plastic and stale coffee. I sat at the table, listening to the fridge buzz and the thin hiss from the AC vent in the ceiling. Every now and then, the compressor would kick off, and there would be a half second where the building seemed to hold its breath before some other machine picked up the slack. It was in one of those breaths that I noticed how loud my own thoughts were. Facing a haunted warehouse, I decided, was still better than facing a stack of unanswered letters from my ex's lawyer. Ghosts did not send certified mail. Ghosts did not calculate interest. if the scariest thing that happened tonight was a buzzer ringing for no reason and some old-timer stories about women singing in creeks, I could live with that. After a while, I drifted back to the security room, more out of boredom than duty. The monitors glowed against the dim walls, each little black and white window showing its slice of the world. The empty front lot, with a single car under a pole light. The quiet lobby, the dark aisles, the line of dock doors like missing teeth in a grin. My eyes moved over them in a lazy circuit until they settled on the feed that watched the back fence. The camera angle took in the concrete edge of the dock, the chain link fence running left to right, and beyond that, the pale streak of the gravel road sliding down and out of view. Up above, a yard light cast a hard circle of illumination that stopped abruptly at the start of the tree line. Past that, the woods were just a darker shade of black. For half a second, no longer than a blink, I saw something standing just outside the cone of light, right where the gravel met the first row of trees. A tall, narrow smear of gray against the darker background, as if somebody were standing there facing the building, just far enough back that the light could not catch their features. My eyes flicked away, instinctively, to another screen. When I looked back, the shape was gone. The gravel was empty. The trees were smooth and featureless, a painted backdrop. The yard light buzzed in silence. I leaned closer to the monitor, squinting, waiting for my brain to pick out the same pattern again. Nothing. Just a camera pointed at a fence and a road and the beginning of the woods. Imagination? I muttered, sitting back. You wanted haunted, you idiot. Congratulations. I told myself it had been a trick of the pixels, my eyes playing games after too much coffee and not enough sleep. Somewhere deep down, a small, quieter part of me wondered why the hairs on my arms were standing up if it had only been in my head. By the time the clock in the break room shuffled toward 11:47 p.m., the warehouse had settled into a rhythm that almost felt like breathing. The big noises were gone. No more forklifts squealing in reverse. No more pallet jacks slamming into stacks of soda. All that was left were the small, constant sounds. The refrigerator buzzing behind me. The quiet hiss of air through the vent. Some mechanical cough deep in the building that came and went like a smoker clearing his throat in another room. I was sitting at the wobbly table with my feet stretched out, scrolling my phone with one hand and nursing a styrofoam cup of coffee with the other. The coffee had gone lukewarm and bitter, a thin film clinging to the inside of the cup. I drank it anyway. Sleep was already circling the edges of my vision, making the text on my screen blur if I stared too long. It was the kind of moment you do not remember later unless something goes wrong. Your brain files it under generic quiet Tuesday night. Something went wrong. The back dock buzzer went off without warning. It did not ding or chime. It screamed. A flat, shrill electric bray tore down the hallway, bounced off the tile and steel, and punched straight into the soft meat of my ears. The sound was so sudden and so loud that my body reacted before my brain did. My heart slammed hard against my ribs. My hand jerked. Coffee splashed over my knuckles and sloshed onto the table. My phone slid out of my fingers and hit the floor, face down, with a crack that sounded expensive. For half a second, I honestly thought something had exploded. Then my mind caught up and slapped a label on the noise. Buzzer, loading dock, back door. There is a special kind of fear that comes from any alarm going off at night when you are alone. It is not the same sharp panic you feel when you see a car drifting into your lane or hear someone shout your name in anger. It is wider and emptier, full of all the things that might be wrong. I shot to my feet so fast the chair legs screeched against the linoleum. Coffee dripped off my hand. The buzzer kept going, a long, insistent bleat that made the air feel too thin in my throat. Okay, I muttered, more to myself than to the noise. I hear you. I left the coffee, left the phone, and headed into the hallway at a jog. The sound got louder as I turned the corner toward the back, echoing along the walls like it was chasing me. The corridor lights in this wing were dimmer at night, stretched into pale islands between long shadows. The buzzer was wired to a panel near the loading dock door. As I got closer, it rattled against the metal like it was trying to shake itself loose. I slapped the cancel button on the panel with my palm. The buzzer cut off mid-wail. The sudden silence rang almost as loudly. For a second, all I could hear was the ringing in my own ears and the thud of my pulse. Then, the low machinery sounds of the building flowed back in. The faraway hum of the compressors, the quiet rush of air in the vents, the faint tick of cooling metal somewhere overhead. I put my hand on the handle of the heavy metal door and felt the cold through it. Outside, beyond that barrier, was the loading area. Concrete, yellow-painted bumpers, the fence, the gravel road, the trees. The dock lights shone down on that little rectangle of night, whether anyone was there to see it or not. Some part of me wanted to just stand there and not open it. Let whoever, or whatever, had hit the buzzer wait in the dark. Tell myself that if I never saw it, it never happened. But a louder, more practical part reminded me that the whole point of this job was to check. To be eyes where no one else wanted to be. A trucker might be at the wrong bay. A driver could have backed into something. There were a dozen ordinary reasons that buzzer could be screaming after midnight. Come on, I muttered. It's just a truck. I pulled the handle. The door opened with a heavy, reluctant groan. Cold air slid in around my ankles and up my sleeves, carrying with it the dry smell of concrete and the faint chemical tang of diesel. The loading area outside was empty. Under the yellow wash of the sodium lights, the dock stretched left and right in a bare concrete lip. All the dock doors were closed, their rubber pads pressed tight. No trailers were backed in, no trucks idled. The painted numbers above each bay stared back at me like half-lidded eyes. The asphalt lot beyond was bare, except for a single metal cart shoved up against the fence. Beyond the fence, the gravel road slipped away into the dark. The night passed. The lights was thick enough that I could not tell where the road stopped and the trees began. It all blended into a wall of shifting shadow. Somewhere far off, the highway side. A low, distant rush of cars I could not see. Closer, the building's vents exhaled in a steady rhythm. I listened for something else. Footsteps, a cough, a voice calling up from below. Nothing. Hello, I called out anyway, feeling stupid. My breath rose in a pale little cloud. No one answered. I stepped out, just enough to lean and scan the angles the door frame blocked. No one crouching below the dock. No one pressed up against the wall, out of sight of the cameras. No prankster, no stray driver, no late delivery. The back dock was as empty as a photograph. The hair on my arms refused to go down. I shut the door, hard enough that the latch clanged. The buzzer panel sat there innocently, silent now, its red indicator, light as calm, as if it had not been screaming seconds before. I could have gone back to the break room and let it go at that. Most sane people would have. But the longer I stood there, with my palm still tingling from the noise, the more something else bothered me. If that buzzer was wired into the security system the way Tom said, then the cameras would have been rolling when it went off. There would be a few seconds of footage from right before it triggered. A truck pulling up, a shadow moving, a bird hitting the button with its body. Something. The idea that I could rewind and see a normal cause became a lifeline. If there was a clear, stupid reason, faulty button, glitch on the panel, raccoon with a death wish, then I could laugh this off, mop up my coffee, and get on with the night. So instead of going back to my lukewarm dinner, I headed for the security room. The glow from the monitors met me before I even stepped inside, painting the hallway in cold, flickering light. I sat down in the chair, wiped my damp hand on my pants, and brought the loading dock feed up full screen on the main monitor. The system timestamp in the corner read 23:47:12 when I froze the frame. There I was, in the present tense, sitting in the chair, watching myself from the past tense, a video copy of the empty dock, stamped with numbers that matched the clock that had been hanging over my shoulder. I rolled the footage back 10 seconds, then 20. The dock stayed empty. The concrete stayed blank under the lights, a flat, pale strip against the darker lot. "Come on," I muttered, tapping the arrow to step backward frame by frame. "Show me a truck. Show me something." Around 23:47:04, something did change. Right where the buzzer button was mounted on the outside wall, a grayish vertical smudge appeared. It was subtle at first, like a film smear or a streak on the lens. A slightly darker stripe overlapping the panel and part of the door frame. I clicked forward. The smudge thickened, resolving into a shape that was not quite anything. Not a clear outline of a head and shoulders, but not random static either. It looked like what you might get if someone stood too close to the camera and moved, blurring their features into a vague column of presence. Another frame. The smudge was closer to the camera, wider now, as if it had leaned forward. Another frame. The smudge crept just a little more into the picture, not smoothly, but in tiny jumps, like whatever it was had taken one step, then another, toward the lens. The buzzer, in the audio track, was still silent. The building around it looked unchanged. On the last frame before the buzzer erupted, the smudge sat almost dead center over the button, a soft, vertical obstruction that blocked the view of the wall behind it. There were no features, no hair, no clothes, just a gray absence, the outline of something too close and too wrong for the camera to interpret. Then, on the next second, the buzzer icon lit up on the panel, and in my memory, the scream tore down the hallway toward me. Sitting there, in the blue light of the monitors, I felt a pulse of cold crawl down the back of my neck. Dust, I told myself out loud. Bug on the lens, compression artifact, old system. I said the phrases like a list of spells, little charms against the idea that anything else could be leaning close to the building, pressing invisible hands against the metal and plastic and making machines cry out. Old system, bad wiring, pixels, glitch. It was easier to blame the equipment than to picture something standing out there just past where my eyes could reach, crowding up against a door it had no business knowing about. I saved the timestamp in the log with a quick note. Buzzer activated, no visual contact, and clicked the feed back into its usual grid with the others. 6 little windows of grainy safety. On my way out of the room, I paused in the doorway and listened. The building hummed, breathed, shuffled in its sleep. The hallway lights buzzed softly. Somewhere in the far reaches of the aisles, a relay clicked, resetting itself. Then, from one of the intercom speakers in the ceiling just above me, there was a tiny pop. Not loud, not dramatic. Just the sound you hear when someone taps a microphone with a fingertip before they talk. Nothing followed it. I stood there with my hand on the doorframe, heart doing an odd little double beat, and told myself I was being stupid. Old buildings make noises. Old circuits cough. Old cameras smear. It was all explainable. On a stubborn impulse, I went back to the desk, sat down again, and took the doc feed full screen one more time. I rolled the footage back a little farther, to 23:46:58, and stepped through it slowly, frame by frame. The dock was empty. Step, empty, step, empty. Then 3 frames in a row, the smudge appeared, each time a fraction closer to the camera, as if something just outside the visible world had taken 3 deliberate steps toward the buzzer in the lens. On the 4th frame, it was gone. On the 5th, the buzzer screamed. I stared at the frozen numbers in the corner of the screen and decided, for the sake of whatever was left of my peace of mind, that I would not rewind any farther that night. By the time a few weeks had slid past, the warehouse and I had started to move around each other like 2 tired animals sharing the same cage. I knew which aisles creaked when you rolled a pallet jack over them, and which ones had a hairline crack in the concrete that would catch your boot if you were not paying attention. I knew the one fluorescent tube in the back hallway that liked to flicker when the heat kicked on, and the way the light over dock door 4 took a second longer than the others to warm up, glowing dim orange before it settled into full sodium yellow. I had a loose ritual carved into those long nights, not because anyone told me to, but because routines make the dark easier to live in. Around 11 p.m., I made coffee in the break room. The machine was old enough to complain. It rattled and hissed and sometimes spit out grounds into the pot, but it still got the job done. I would stand there in the harsh light, listening to it gurgle and sigh, watching the thin brown liquid fill the stained glass pot, and I would tell myself that as long as there was something warm in my hand, I would be fine. At midnight, I did a camera sweep. I sat in front of the monitors in the security room and watched the grainy black and white squares for anything that did not belong. Headlights in the front lot, a person moving where no one should be, a door that looked a little less closed than before. Most nights, all I saw were still frames of emptiness and the occasional moth fluttering too close to a lens, its wings flashing bright and ghostly for a second before it dropped out of sight. At 1 a.m., I walked the dock. I swiped my badge at the checkpoints near each door, listened to the way my footsteps echoed off the concrete and metal. Sometimes I would pause at the back door, hand on the handle, and debate opening it just to feel the night on my face. Sometimes I did. Most times, I did not. The buzzer kept being part of my life, too. It went off on its own maybe once a week at first, then twice. Always sudden, always too loud, always at a time when I had just convinced myself nothing strange was going to happen. I would check the door. Empty dock, empty lot, no trailers. I would check the footage, stepping back through the seconds before the sound. Most nights, there was nothing at all. No smudge, no blur. Just a wall and a button and a concrete lip painted pale under the light. I called maintenance about it once on a slow afternoon, when Tom and the day guys were around, and I had an excuse to act like it was about safety rather than nerves. Back buzzer keeps ringing for no reason, I said. Could be a short or something. The maintenance guy, a skinny man with permanently stained hands and safety glasses perched on his forehead, shrugged like he had heard that kind of complaint 100 times before. That system's older than you, he said. Buttons stick, wires corrode, relays bounce. If it is bothering you, I can spray contact cleaner in the switch, but it is probably just noise in the line. Nothing to see. He did spray it. He even took the panel off and wiggled a couple of wires, grunting under his breath. For about a week after that, the buzzer stayed quiet, and I let myself believe that the problem had been mechanical, the way problems are supposed to be in buildings like this. Then, on a Tuesday night, it screamed again at 2:03 a.m., long and angry, and there was nobody at the door, nothing on the cameras, and the wiring explanation started to feel thin. I bought headphones a few days after that, cheap over-ear ones from a drugstore. Nothing fancy. The logic was simple. If I could watch a show or listen to a podcast during the dead hours, maybe I would think less about the buzzer and the smudges and all the things my mind was trying to build out of the silence. Even with the headphones on, I never covered both ears. I always left one ear bare, listening to the building. The warehouse has its own kind of language when it is empty. The AC units on the roof cycle on and off, sending vibrations down through the ducts that make the light fixtures quiver a little. The fridge in the break room hums, clicks, then falls silent, only to start again with a shudder, like it is dragging itself out of sleep. The intercom speakers pop now and then for no reason, a tiny static cough that reminds you they are still wired into something bigger than you. Way off, muted by distance and concrete, you can hear the night highway whisper past, a constant low rush that rises when a big rig goes by and then subsides again. Sometimes that mix of sounds felt comforting. There is a weird security in knowing exactly what a space sounds like when it is at rest. After the chaos of lawyers and judges and arguments that went nowhere, the warehouse's predictability was like a white noise machine for my nerves. No one in here wanted anything from me except that I walk in the right loops, check the right boxes, and stay awake. But there were other nights when the quiet felt like it was pushing in through my ears. On those nights, when the coffee went sour on my tongue and the clock seemed to drip rather than tick, the silence between sounds got sharp. My brain took that extra half second between the fridge cutting off and some other machine starting and filled it with things I did not want to think about. My ex's voice, cool and exhausted across a dining room table. The judge asking if I understood the terms. The way the house we had bought together looked when it was empty. Light rectangles on the walls where our pictures had been. Out here, I did not have to look at her or at what was left of my life, but the silence was happy to replay it for me in high def. Little things started to pile up around the edges of that routine. Micro-weirdness, I called it in my head. The kind of stuff you can almost talk yourself out of as it is happening. Sometimes, walking past the loading dock door on my rounds, I would feel a cold patch of air wash over my arm. Not a draft from the seal, not the general winter chill seeping through concrete. This was a narrow band, maybe 2 feet wide, that was a few degrees colder than everything around it. I could step into it and feel the tiny hairs on my forearm lift, then step out and feel them settle back down. The first time, I stopped, held my arm in and out of it like I was testing a shower. Cold, less cold, cold, less cold. probably a gap in the insulation, I told myself. Or the ductwork runs weird behind this wall. I added it to the list of things I would ask maintenance about if I ever got brave enough to risk sounding crazy. Other nights, doing a camera sweep, I would catch a frame where one of the feeds seemed a fraction of a second behind the others, like the loading dock was living in a slightly slower time zone than the front lot. I would blink, look back, and everything would be in sync again. Eyes playing tricks, old monitors, cheap wiring. There was always a mundane reason if I looked hard enough for one. The thing that was harder to shake came on quietly, so softly that I did not even realize I'd noticed it until it was already a pattern. Every so often, the building would fall completely quiet. Not just less loud, not just the AC is between cycles. I mean a moment, never more than a second or two, where everything stopped. The AC humming in the walls, the fridge buzzing in the break room, the far-off highway rumble. Even the faint tinnitus in my own ears seemed to draw back, like the whole world had leaned in to listen. The first few times, I only became aware of it in hindsight, and I would be walking down the main aisle or sitting in the break room, scrolling my phone. And then suddenly the sounds would all come crashing back in. Vent, compressor, a truck downshifting somewhere outside, and I would realize there had been a gap. After a while, I started to catch the gaps as they opened. It was like hearing a song go quiet just before the chorus hits, a subtle pulling in of attention. I would be mid-step or mid-sip, and then there it was. That cut-out second where nothing mechanical moved, where all the vibrations dropped out of the air. In those little holes of silence, something in me tensed. I started to notice that, without deciding to, I held my breath when it happened. I would feel my lungs stop halfway through an inhale, my body waiting for something. A sound, a voice, the buzz of the fridge coming back to life. And right in the center of that pause, I began to feel a different kind of pressure. The closest I can come to explaining it is this. It felt exactly like the sensation you get when someone is standing directly behind you, just inside arm's reach. Nothing touches you. No hand on your shoulder, no breath on your neck. But your skin tightens along your back. The small muscles around your spine pull in. Your brain, that old animal part that remembers what it was to be prey, whispers, "Someone is there. Turn around." The first time I really noticed it, I was in the main aisle near the cleaning supplies, badge scanner in my hand. The building's noises dropped out. No AC, no hum. Even the far city wash went flat. I stopped dead, my foot hovering just above the floor. For that one heartbeat, I knew, in the way you know when you're not alone in a room, that there was a person-sized space of attention right at my back, angled slightly toward the right, as if whoever it was looking over my shoulder at the same shelves I was. By the time the fridge compressor kicked back on and the vents sighed awake, the feeling had vanished. My skin loosened. My lungs finished the breath they had been holding. I scanned the checkpoint and kept walking, telling myself I was jumping at nothing. That isolation was messing with my head. But after that, every time the warehouse took one of those perfect, knifed-out silences, some part of me braced for that presence to return, standing just behind me in the brief moment when all the machines had the decency to shut up and let me hear it. It was one of those nights where everything felt padded and far away, like the whole world had been wrapped in cotton. The clock on the break room wall said 1:13 a.m. in faded red digits. The building was warm and slightly stale, full of trapped breath and old coffee. I had been sitting under the fluorescent lights too long. They made my eyes feel grainy, my thoughts slow. The last cup of coffee tasted like burned plastic. Even the glow of my phone screen had started to seem too bright against the beige walls. I wanted air. Not the processed stuff coming out of the vent, but the kind that had touched trees and water before it got to me. So I decided to cheat my routine. Instead of another lap around the aisles, I cut down the hallway toward the back, badge swinging against my chest, hands jammed in my pockets. The lights were dimmer on this side of the building, running in alternating patches. A bright rectangle, then a stretch of shadow, then another circle of light. My footsteps echoed in a hollow, lonely way that made me think of empty churches. At the end of the corridor, the loading dock door waited, tall and heavy, a scuffed metal rectangle with a small wired glass window near the top. I pressed my hand against it. The steel felt cool under my palm, a thin barrier between me and everything that lived in the dark outside. I did not open it all the way. I turned the handle and eased it just a few inches, enough to let a wedge of night air slide in and curl around my ankles. The building's noises dulled immediately. Fridge hum, vent hiss, even the faint thrum of the lights, as if they did not want to cross that line. Outside, the air smelled different, clean, but not empty. There was the damp mineral scent of concrete that had sweated out its heat, and underneath that, the faint, earthy cool of water and leaves. It felt good against my face, cool but not sharp, like a wet cloth laid over a fever. From where I stood, just inside the gap, I could see a slice of the loading area. The dock jutted out like a low stage, lit by a pair of yellow sodium lamps mounted high above. The light they threw down did not feel like daylight. It was its own subcategory of illumination, harsh and flat, turning everything into variations of sickly gold and dirty gray. The concrete was stained with old oil and tire marks, the paint on the bumpers chipped and scuffed. Beyond the edge of the dock, the metal guardrail that lined the top of the slope caught the moonlight. It was a thin, dull glimmer, like somebody had drawn a horizontal line of weak silver across the darkness. The gravel road beyond that dropped out of sight within a few yards, swallowed by the angle of the hill. Farther out, the mist lay low over the hollow where the creek ran. It was not a thick horror movie fog, just a faint, hovering veil that blurred the ground and made the air above it seem paler than the sky. The creek itself was hidden, but I could hear it working on the rocks, a soft, steady hiss, as if somebody far away was tearing paper very slowly and never stopping. And behind all of that, the tree line rose like a solid wall. The trees fused together in the dark, individual trunks and branches lost in one continuous block of black that cut the horizon. Even the stars above the hills seemed a little dimmer when you looked in that direction, like the sky was reluctant to shine over those particular shadows. I stood there in the crack of the doorway, feeling the cool air pour in past my legs, and let my eyes adjust. That was when I heard it. At first, I thought it was just the creek playing tricks with the sound. The water over stone can make all kinds of noise, hissing, chuckling, even a kind of low, rumbling laughter when it hits a deep spot. But this was not that. This had shape. It was singing, very faint, almost too soft to register as anything more than a pattern in the noise. A woman's voice, not the full, strong kind you hear in church choirs or on a stage. This was closer to a hum, a tuneless little drift of melody that somehow still carried a structure inside it, like it wanted to be a lullaby, but had forgotten the words. It floated up from the dark, thin and distant, weaving itself through the hiss of the creek. It did not come from the road or from up on the hill. It came from below, from the direction of the hollow where the mist sat. For a moment, I thought it might be a radio. Somebody could have parked down on the gravel somewhere out of sight, windows rolled down, music leaking out. But radios usually have edges, beats, static, the roughness of speakers. This sound did not. It was pure, as if it were being poured straight into the air without anything man-made in between. I leaned closer to the gap, not even thinking about it, just following the thread of sound with my whole body. The voice rose a little, then fell. The tune looped back on itself, repeating a handful of notes in a pattern that felt private, almost intimate. I listened so hard my ears began to ache. I could not catch a single word. If there were lyrics, the night or the distance or the water stole them. What reached me were just shapes of syllables, vowel sounds stretched and wrapped around notes in a way that made the hair rise on my arms. There was something about the melody that hit a part of my brain I did not visit often. Familiar, but not in a way I could name. It was like smelling a perfume you have not encountered in years, and knowing immediately which house it came from without being able to recall the address. I tried to pin it down. Church hymn? No. Too simple. Something from the radio years ago? No. It did not have that structure. It was older than that. Softer. I pulled my phone out of my pocket without looking away from the dark, thumb finding the side button by habit. My fingertips felt clumsy. For a moment, the bright rectangle of the lock screen felt obscene against the night, too loud even without sound. I turned the brightness down, then tapped open the company camera app, the one that let me see the feeds from wherever I was in the building. I switched to the view, labeled back fence, gravel, and let the screen fill with murky gray. On the phone, the loading dock was just a pale block at the top of the frame, the chain link fence a faint grid below it. The gravel road showed as a lighter ribbon cutting down through the image, its edges fuzzed by the limitations of the lens. Beyond that, the tree line was the same black wall I saw with my eyes, just flatter. Nothing moved on the screen. No headlights. No silhouette slipping along the fence. No pale figure standing in the mist and tilting its head to sing. I raised my head and looked out through the crack in the door again. The real world and the camera world matched. Empty concrete, guardrail, darkness, but the sound on my phone told a different story. I swiped the volume up and pressed the bottom of the phone lightly against the metal doorframe to steady it. The app pulled in audio from the back camera's microphone. Thin static, the occasional little pop when the system adjusted. And under that, more clearly than through the door, the woman's song. It was still faint, but louder through the feed than through the actual air, like the camera's microphone was pointed straight at wherever she was standing. The creek's hiss had become a soft, constant bed under the notes. The voice seemed to float on top of it, a fragile layer that could peel away at any second. I stood there, half in the warehouse, half out, phone in one hand, door handle in the other, listening to a stranger sing to the dark. The part of me that grew up here knew I should be unnerved. That same part remembered Dale's story about the woman who sang by the creek, about dresses caught in floodwater, about people who followed sounds into the woods and did not walk back out. The rest of me, stubborn, rational, tired, scrambled for explanations. It could be somebody camping illegally down by the water. People pitch tents in stupid places all the time. There were pull-offs and makeshift fire rings all up and down the back roads. Maybe a woman decided to sing herself to sleep. Maybe she had been drinking. Maybe she did not know or care that her voice was climbing the hill to my door. It could be a drunk from one of the bars closer to town who had wandered too far and taken the wrong turn. Maybe she was walking along the creek bed singing to keep herself company, unaware that a man she would never meet was standing in a crack of light above her, staring at a phone. It could be a radio after all, some old song cutting through static and bouncing off the valley in a way that stripped out everything but the vocal line. I held on to those ideas like life rafts, even as I mentally walked through the map of the area. There were no houses directly along the bank, no streetlights, no sidewalks. The road down there was eaten up in places, more of a maintenance access than anything meant for late-night pedestrians. If someone was moving around by that creek at 1 a.m, they were not doing it because it was convenient. The melody drifted higher for a moment, then sank back down, circling itself. The little hairs at the base of my neck prickled. I had the sudden, intense feeling that if I stepped all the way out onto the dock and leaned over the guardrail, I would see something looking back up at me from the mist. I did not test that feeling. Instead, I thumbed the app closed, letting the feed vanish back into a home screen full of ordinary icons. The abrupt absence of the amplified song made the real-world version feel thinner, more fragile. A few seconds later, it faded too, swallowed by the hiss of the creek and the soft, unhelpful noise of the night. I shut the door the rest of the way and turned the lock without even thinking about it. The latch slid home with a dull, satisfying thunk. The warehouse's artificial light and recycled air rushed back in to meet me, smelling faintly of cleaner and cardboard and burnt coffee. I told myself, as I walked back down the hallway, that I had just heard somebody camping where they should not, that I would probably see evidence of it on the cameras at some point. A flicker of a campfire, a shadow moving, maybe a truck pulling in and out of a spot the system did not normally watch. By the time I reached the break room, my heart had slowed. The fridge hummed. The clock on the wall blinked over to 1:27 a.m. The microwave's digital display stared back at me with its unblinking green 000. I popped open a frozen meal and put it in, listening to the plate start its slow rotation, the fan inside whirring to life. The machine filled the room with a low, steady noise that was almost enough to drown out my thoughts. Almost. Somewhere between listening for the beep and stirring the food with a flimsy plastic fork, the familiarity of that melody finally clicked into place in a way that made my stomach go cold. When I was a kid, my mother used to sit on the edge of my bed when I was sick and hum to me in the half-dark. It was never a full song. No words, no chorus, just a loop of gentle notes she said she had picked up from her own mother, something she did without thinking while she stroked my hair and told me it would pass. For years afterward, if I heard her humming in the kitchen or while she folded laundry, I knew somebody did not feel well. That sound existed in my head as a private signal, a small, warm thing passed down bloodlines, not through speakers. Standing in that break room with the microwave buzzing and the smell of artificial gravy hanging in the air, I realized that the tune down by the creek, the one I had just heard the night carry up to my cracked door, followed almost exactly the same path as the one my mother used to hum. Same rise and fall. Same little turn at the end of the phrase, like a question that never gets answered. She had never put words to it either. It had always just been a hum, just like the voice out there in the dark. The first time I heard the song, I could still pretend it was a one-off. A strange night, a fluke, the hills doing what hills do. A few nights later, the warehouse took that excuse away. It was close to 2 a.m. The break room clock blinked a tired red 1:57 when the back dock buzzer screamed again. That same harsh instant blast that felt like it was stabbing straight through the thin spot in my skull. I had been half asleep in my chair, the glow of my phone blurring into a smear when it hit. Coffee jumped in its cup. My heart hammered like it wanted out. By then, I was used to the false alarms. I cursed under my breath, wiped my eyes with the heels of my hands, and went through the drill. Down the dim hallway, past the humming pipes, to the panel by the back door. Hit the cancel. Feel the sudden absence of noise like somebody had yanked a needle off a record. The buzzer died. The building's regular breathing rolled back in. I should have done what I had done the last handful of times. Check the camera from the safety of the security room. Log it. Tell myself it was wiring. Move on. Instead, maybe because of the coffee, maybe because of the song I could not quite forget, I put my hand on the door handle and decided to actually look. If there is somebody messing with this, I told myself, better to catch them in the act. I opened the door and stepped out onto the dock. The night hit me full in the face this time. The air had cooled a few more degrees since my last trip out. It carried a dampness that crept in under my jacket, thin and insistent. The yard lights high above painted everything in that familiar sodium yellow, casting hard-edged shadows that looked more like cuts than shapes. For a moment, I just stood there, letting my ears adjust. The warehouse behind me hummed and vibrated through the walls, a muffled body of sound. Out here, though, there was more room between noises. The creek whispered up from the hollow, the sound of water sliding over stone, a soft, continuous rush that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. No singing tonight, just the steady, indifferent movement of water doing what it did long before anyone poured concrete up here. The gravel road that ran down from the dock caught the light in a thin, dull sheen. The stones were pale and scattered, a crooked ribbon dropping down along the fence line before it was eaten by the angle of the slope. Tiny points of quartz glinted here and there like old glass. The tree line beyond was a single, unbroken mass of black. No details, no individual branches, just a dark wall pressed against the low sky. A few stars burned weakly above it, but they might as well have been painted on. I walked to the edge of the dock, near the ramp where trucks backed in during the day, and rested my hand lightly on the chipped metal railing. The cold sank into my fingers. I listened. For a long half-minute, all I heard was the water and the faint hiss of the highway farther out. The night felt big and empty, like a room after the party has ended, when all the voices have gone and only the hum of the appliances is left. Then the sound changed. If you have ever walked on gravel, you know it has a particular signature. It is not like dirt, which muffles your steps, or pavement, which gives you a clean, sharp slap. Gravel is a three-part thing. The initial crunch as your weight hits, the slide as the stones shift against each other, and the tiny pause before your other foot lands and does it again. That sound started somewhere down the slope. One crunch slide pause, then another, a little closer, then another. Slow, measured, like someone was walking up the gravel road toward the dock, not in a hurry, not stumbling, just coming. My first thought was, finally, something normal. A person. Maybe a late driver who had parked down there for some stupid reason. Maybe some kid out where he should not be. I straightened up, peering down the slope, trying to pick out movement in the dim path. Nothing moved. The steps kept coming. Crunch, slide, pause. They were clear enough that I could tell the distance between them. Whoever it was had a stride maybe a little shorter than mine. Not boots slamming down, not someone running. Just a steady, unself-conscious walk, like this road belonged to them. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, not because of the footsteps themselves, but because the creek did not mask them at all. The water had faded into the background without me noticing, leaving the gravel sound sitting on top of the quiet, like someone had turned one track down and another up. My hand went to my pocket on instinct. I pulled out my phone, thumbed it awake, and opened the security camera app with fingers that felt slightly too big. If there was a person on that road, the back fence camera would see them from above. The rational part of my brain clung to that as hard evidence. If the walk had a body attached to it, the lens would show me. I switched to the live feed for the gravel road. On the screen, the world shrunk into grainy gray rectangles. The dock lip at the top, the fence, the pale strip of the road dropping down and out of frame, the trees a darker smear beyond. The footsteps did not stop. Crunch, slide, pause, getting closer. I watched the live feed and listened to the real night at the same time, the two versions of the same space overlaying each other in my head like misprinted film frames. On the screen, nothing moved. The road was empty. The mist in the hollow did not even show as a change in tone. Static crawled faintly over the audio channel, too low to register as sound unless you concentrated. In my ears, footsteps on stone, no more than a dozen yards away now. I swallowed, my throat suddenly dry. A prickle of sweat formed between my shoulder blades despite the chill. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding smaller than I wanted it to. Nothing answered. But the steps did not speed up or slow down. They just kept coming, patient as a metronome. Crunch, slide, pause. The distance between each impact shrank. I could picture perfectly where they should be by now. In the middle of the lightless section of the slope, just about to enter the edge of the sodium glow, where the camera would finally be able to make sense of whatever was walking. I stared at the phone screen, waiting to see a shape emerge. A head, a shoulder, the top of a cap, anything. The pixels stayed stubbornly empty. The footsteps reached the bottom of the ramp. I know that because the quality of the sound changed. Gravel on a slight incline sounds different than gravel on level ground. The angle of the force shifts. The slide has a different length. These landed with the flat, final tone of someone stepping off a slope and onto even footing. They stopped. The last crunch slide ended in a poised, hanging quiet that made my teeth hurt. I could feel the presence of a body at the base of the dock, standing just out of my line of sight beneath the lip. If I had walked to the edge and looked straight down, I should have been able to see whoever it was. On the phone, at that exact second, the camera app glitched. The live image froze, the timestamp in the corner halting mid-second. For the span of a breath, the whole video stuttered like it had hit a wall. Then it jumped forward 3 frames in a row, fast, like buffering catching up. In those jumped frames, something smeared across the bottom of the screen. It was not the same vertical smudge I had seen at the buzzer, not exactly. This was lower, a horizontal swipe of darker gray that crossed the edge of the light where the ramp met the lot, as if the lens had tried to catch motion it could not quite parse. A knee? A hand? Something scraping along the edge? The static on the audio spiked, a sharp little burst of white, and then dropped back down. I took a step backward without meaning to. The emptiness at the base of the ramp pressed at my awareness, heavy and insistent. The idea of leaning over to look became suddenly unbearable, like willingly putting my face too close to a dog you are not sure will bite. Every instinct I had, old animal things, older than any training or job description, screamed at me to get inside. I listened. I backed toward the door, eyes still on the screen, trying not to turn my back fully on the edge. The phone felt slick in my hand. My other hand groped behind me until it found the cold metal of the handle. I slipped through the doorway and pulled the door shut, harder than I needed to. The latch caught with a solid smack. I twisted the lock, even though I knew it would not matter much against anything that could glitch a camera from the inside. Only once the door was closed did I realize how hard my heart was beating. I could feel it in my throat, in my fingertips. The skin on my arms crawled like I had walked through a spider web. In the hallway's fluorescent light, the whole scene outside felt like something I had imagined. Just me and an old building and a nervous system that didn't know the difference between real danger and leftover ghosts from a marriage gone wrong. I tried to tell myself that if I had actually seen a person on the screen, if a clear figure had walked into frame and looked up at the camera, it would have been worse. A trespasser, a flesh and blood problem, police, reports, explanations. There was comfort in being able to say there was nothing there. But alone in that corridor, hand still on the doorknob, I was not sure which scenario scared me more. Seeing nothing, or seeing something that the equipment also understood. The only thing I could not talk myself out of was the pattern. Sound first, then a glitch. The buzzer screaming into the empty dock, followed by a smear on the screen. The woman's song coming up from the creek before it threaded itself into the static of the camera audio. Now the footsteps on the gravel, clear as my own, stopping exactly when the feed decided it could not handle another frame the way it had been. Whatever was happening here, it seemed to like going through my ears before it messed with the wires. Later that night, after my pulse decided to calm down, and I had convinced myself I would be a coward if I did not at least check, I went back into the security room to review the footage from that window of time. I pulled up the back fence camera, scrubbed to the right timestamp, and hit play. The video showed exactly what the live feed had shown. An empty dock, an empty lot, the strip of gravel road under the yard light. No figures, no shadows that moved against the grain. The glitch was there, a brief freeze, then a few corrupted frames where the lower part of the image smeared and jittered before stabilizing. I turned up the volume, leaning in to listen for the sound that had made my skin crawl. The audio track for that entire 30 seconds was dead. No creak, no static, no faint hum of the building, just a straight, flat line of digital silence. If you have ever listened to real silence on a recording, you know it is different from what your ears call quiet. Real silence on tape has a weight to it. It feels like someone hit mute on the world. That was what filled those seconds. I sat there in the cold glow of the screens, remembering each crunch and slide of gravel under invisible feet. How close it had sounded. How certain I had been that something was coming toward me. And watch the empty road replay its emptiness in perfect, voiceless detail. My memory and the machine disagreed completely about that half minute of my life. I wish I could tell you I believed the machine. Once I started paying attention to the sounds this place made, it was like realizing someone you live with talks in their sleep. You cannot unhear it. Before the song and the footsteps, the intercom system was just part of the background. A grid of little beige speakers sunk into the ceilings in the hallways and main areas, hooked up to a control panel in the office. During the day, you could hear the occasional announcement from the front desk. Shipping, line 1, or Tom, your rep is here. All in that flat, distant tone that made everyone move a little faster. At night, the intercom should have been dead. No one was at the front desk. No one was paging anyone. The microphone sat in its cradle in the locked office, the panel lights dark. That is how it was supposed to be. After the gravel incident, after the silent 30 seconds of video that my body remembered in full color, I started listening on purpose, not for footsteps or songs exactly, but for the places where the building's noises did not line up with themselves. That was when I realized how often the ceiling speakers popped. It was never loud. Not the sharp snap of a blown fuse, not feedback squeal. Just a soft pop, like someone tapping the diaphragm of a microphone with the pad of a finger. Most people would not have noticed it over the rest of the warehouse's mechanical breathing. I noticed because it always seemed to happen in the same place, right after one of those 1-second silences. The pattern started to feel familiar. The AC would cut out. The fridge would take a breath. The distant highway whisper would dip for reasons I could not understand. For a heartbeat, everything would go flat and still. In that hollow, I would feel that now familiar pressure at my back, that sense of being watched from just behind my shoulder. Then the world would surge back in. Fans, motors, the faint tick of settling metal. And riding on top of that return, almost hidden, the intercom speaker over my head would give that tiny, polite pop. Sometimes, if I was standing close to one, I could hear a faint hiss follow it, like someone had just blown warm breath across the mic and then pulled away. It got under my skin. I tested it one night in the main hallway. It was around 12:40 a.m., the dead center of the dead hours. I stood there under a speaker, lights buzzing overhead, and waited. Eventually, the compressor on the far side of the building cycled off. The vent above me exhaled a last sigh and went still. The buzz of the fridge a few doors down cut out mid-vibration. Silence dropped. Not complete. There is no such thing in a place like this, but close enough to make every hair on my arm stand up. In that pocket of quiet, I felt the weight at my back again. Not a breeze, not a draft. Just the awareness of empty space occupied by something that should not be there. Then the AC in another wing kicked on. A forklift charger somewhere beeped faintly. The fridge down the hall rattled awake. Above me, the intercom speaker popped. A half-second of soft static followed, like someone leaning in to say something and then thinking better of it. I told myself it was a quirk in the wiring. Some relay in the panel was catching the voltage drop when the big unit cycled, bleeding a tiny signal into a line that did not matter. Old building, old system, old story. But the more I listened, the less like a random glitch it sounded. One night, the intercom stopped pretending it was purely mechanical. I was in the main office, sitting at a desk someone higher up than me used during the day. Their computer was off, the screen reflecting the dim overhead lights. The air smelled like old paper, toner, and the ghost of a fast food lunch. I had a stack of incident logs in front of me and a pen in my hand, trying to make my reports look more professional than I felt. Outside the office door, the warehouse stretched away in fluorescent-lit geometry. Hallways, aisles, steel, and concrete. Inside, it was quieter. The buzz of the lights was a little softer, more contained. The AC vent here had a different voice than the ones in the main aisles, a lower, more constant hum. I had just written the words, "Back dock buzzer activated, no visual contact," for the third time that month, when the intercom speaker in the corner of the office ceiling popped. I did not jump, but only because I'd been expecting something. It had become part of the pattern. What I was not expecting was the sound that came after. It was quick, half-formed, not even a full syllable, just the beginnings of one. It sounded like someone had leaned into the microphone and started to say my name. Not all of it, not even the first full letter, just the soft shaping of an M, with breath behind it, cut off as if whoever it was had changed their mind halfway through. Then nothing, just the office hum. I set the pen down slowly. For a long moment, I did not move. My eyes stayed on the paper in front of me, but my ears were on the ceiling, stretched tight in that direction, like the rest of my body was hanging from them. "Okay," I said out loud, because the sound of my own voice made me feel marginally less like a pinned insect. "Okay." I reached over and flicked the little radio on the desk off, even though it had not been playing anything, just in case. Then I stood up and turned off the small TV in the corner that sometimes showed muted news channels during the day. The room dimmed, the reflections in the darkened screen multiplying the light fixtures. I unplugged the phone charger from the outlet, like that mattered. Then I sat back down, folded my hands on the desk, and waited. No music, no TV, no extra hums. Just the lights, the vent, the faint throb of my own pulse in my ears. Say it again, I thought, not sure if I was daring whatever was out there or begging it not to comply. If you say it again, I will know I am not crazy. Nothing happened. The vent kept breathing. The building shifted a little on its foundations. A truck far off on the highway downshifted with a low moan and rolled away into the night. I stared at the speaker. It was the same as all the others. A little square of perforated plastic set into a metal frame, discolored a bit in the corners by age and the slow creep of dust. Perfectly ordinary, perfectly still. Minutes passed. My initial spike of adrenaline flattened into something tired and sour. Stress, I told myself. You heard the pen scrape. You heard your own breath. You heard what you were thinking about. Brains do that. After 5, maybe 10 minutes of nothing, the tension started to feel stupid. I let out a breath I had not realized I was holding and pushed my chair back, the wheels squeaking softly on the tile. The second my weight shifted up from the cushion, the intercom speaker popped twice in rapid succession. Pop, pop. There was no hiss afterward this time, no drawn-out fuzz. Just 2 clean, tiny shocks of sound, like someone in another room had jabbed the push-to-talk button twice with the side of their thumb and released it without speaking. I froze, half standing, one hand on the arm of the chair, neck bent at a weird angle as I looked up. The speaker stared back at me with blank holes. If that had been someone on the day shift playing a prank from the panel, they had picked a hell of a time to do it. Midnight intercom jokes did not strike me as Tom's style. and the panel was supposed to be locked anyway, with the mic unhooked. My skin crawled with the memory of that cut-off half-syllable. My brain kept wanting to finish it with my name. I moved the chair under the speaker and climbed up onto it. Up close, the plastic grill looked cheap and brittle. Dust had settled around the edges, a fine gray fur clinging to the metal. I reached out and pressed my fingertips lightly against the surface, half expecting to feel a vibration, a warmth, some sign that current was flowing where it should not. Nothing. It was as cold and inert as any other piece of decor. I unscrewed the frame enough to tilt it and look inside. A small, round speaker cone stared back, wires snaking up through a hole in the ceiling. No nests, no obvious damage, no hidden tape recorders planted by bored coworkers. Just old dust and hardware. I put it back the way it was, climbed down, and moved the chair back to the desk. The office felt smaller all of a sudden, like the walls had inched closer while I was up there. The air seemed thicker, too, as if I had stirred something up that did not want to be disturbed. When you cannot find a source for a sound in the immediate world around you, the mind starts to go elsewhere. Ghosts, spirits, old stories about voices in the walls. The rational part of me, small, stubborn, clinging to manuals and wiring diagrams, decided I should at least look at the intercom panel itself. Not the speaker, but the brain that fed it. The control unit lived in a narrow room off the main hall, one of those spaces most people walk past without seeing. Gray door, no window. A simple sign that said, electrical, comms. I had a key on my ring, but I hardly ever opened it. Maintenance came in here more than anyone. The air inside was cooler, tinged with that metallic ozone smell you get around old electronics and breaker boxes. The walls were lined with panels. Power, network, phone. The intercom unit sat chest high in one corner. A beige box with a handful of buttons, a volume dial, and a small, rectangular LED that should have indicated when an announcement was in progress. During my shift, all those lights were supposed to be dark. Tonight, a tiny red eye glowed softly in the corner of the panel. I stood there in the doorway for a second, wondering if my brain was adding color where there was none. Then I stepped closer. The LED was definitely on. Not bright, not blinking. Just a steady, watchful dot of red. The word stenciled under it said, "Re-see, recording." Every hair on my arm stood up again. No one was here to make announcements. No one was holding down the mic button. There was no earthly reason for the system to be listening to anything at midnight on a weeknight while I scribbled incident reports in an empty office. "Old system?" I whispered, though my throat felt tight. "Glitch. Stuck. LED. Happens all the time." I reached out and laid my index finger gently against the plastic casing, just below the light, intending to tap it, maybe jostle a loose connection, or reassure myself that I could still touch the thing without something horrible happening. The second my skin made contact, the red LED went out. No fade, no flicker. One instant it was there, staring back at me like a tiny open eye. The next it was gone, the panel blank and dull, as if it had never been lit. My finger did not move. I waited for a second pop from the ceiling speaker, for a crackle, for that half-formed syllable to rise up again through the building's bones. Nothing came. The only sound in the little room was the low, constant hum of distant transformers. I backed out slowly, shut the door, and locked it. Not because I thought that would matter to whatever had turned that light on, but because it made me feel like I had put at least one layer of boundary between myself and a system that had started to listen back when no one should have been talking. After the intercom and the footsteps, I stopped thinking of the cameras as tools and started thinking of them as witnesses. The problem with witnesses is that sometimes they lie. On paper, my job was simple. If something weird happened, I was supposed to write down the time and move on. Off the record, I started doing something else. On nights when the shift was slow and the buzzer was quiet, I would sit in the security room and scroll back through old footage, looking for the seams. The system kept about a month at a time before it overwrote itself. Whole days compressed into hours, hours into minutes. I could scrub along the timeline, watch sunrises and sunsets flicker past in accelerated gray, trucks ghosting in and out like time-lapse insects. It should have been boring. It was not. I began to notice that if I dragged the cursor to certain windows, usually somewhere between 2:45 and 3 a.m., the loading dock and gravel road feeds almost always did something strange. Not big, dramatic glitches at first. No obvious jumps. No missing chunks. Just micro stutters. Single frames where the image blurred slightly, the way your eyes do when you are too tired and your focus slips. On some nights, the camera that watched the back fence would show a vertical smudge for a couple of frames, right around 2:47, then clear again. On other nights, the same smudge would appear a little closer to the building, like it had leaned in. I went back over a full week, frame by frame, watching for that gray suggestion of a shape. On Monday, it hovered near the edge of the light, a faint discoloration just past the fence. On Wednesday, it was halfway between the fence and the dock, thicker and more defined. By Friday, it seemed to press almost right up against the shadow of the building itself, a barely there column that the camera could not decide whether to render as object or artifact. If I flipped quickly between the stills, it gave the impression of something leaning toward the warehouse over consecutive nights, like a person stepping closer every time they came to your door and you pretended not to see them. I told myself I was anthropomorphizing compression noise. Still, I kept watching. I slowed the footage down until the dock's lights pulsed, until you could see the flicker that is always there in fluorescence if you look hard enough. I watched the grain dance across the screen. That was when I started seeing other things. Smaller, subtler movements that could have been nothing and somehow did not feel like nothing at all. To the right of the frame, where the fence line ran parallel to the gravel road, there was sometimes a darker strip that seemed to pulse along the metal for a few frames. Not a clean shape, but a band of pixels that stayed just a shade deeper than everything around it, moving slowly, glitching as it went. The human eye is wired to find patterns in chaos, faces in clouds, animals in wallpaper. That strip of darkness could easily have been a trick of my brain trying to turn bad video into a story it understood. But it did not move like random noise. It moved like something walking along the fence, keeping pace with a path only it could see. On one especially quiet night, around 2:50 a.m., I decided to stop looking at the past and watch the weirdness live. I pulled the gravel road feed up full screen and sat in the darkened security room with the only light coming from the monitor. The time stamp in the corner ticked steadily upward. Outside, the building hummed around me. Somewhere in the distance, the truck's engine rose and fell like a tide. For a while, nothing happened. The camera stared at the back of the building like it always did, capturing empty concrete and empty road. The trees beyond were a dark, motionless block. Then the feed lagged. At first, it was barely noticeable. A tiny hitch, like the video had caught on something. The timestamp froze on 1 second, then jumped 3 seconds ahead all at once, the image smearing horizontally as it did. I had seen minor drops like that before on other cams, usually when someone was uploading footage or when the network hiccuped. But this felt different. It came without the usual indicators on the system. No little buffering icon, no warning. I leaned forward, watching carefully. The game of it changed when, right as the feed stuttered, the air in the room shifted. It was small at first, a subtle change in pressure, the way a room feels when someone opens a door across the hall. The hum of the building seemed to thin. The vent above me sighed and then flattened, as if the air had been turned off at the source. Through the walls, through the layers of concrete and insulation, I heard it again. A distant humming that was not the AC, not the fridge, not the highway. The same melody I had heard floating up from the creek. It was fainter this time, a thread of sound just at the edge of hearing, but the shape of it was unmistakable. The pattern, the rise and fall, that small hook turn at the end of each phrase that made the tune feel like a question left hanging. My chest went tight. For a moment, my awareness split. In one layer, I was a man sitting in a rolling chair in front of a glitchy screen, watching gray shapes freeze and smear. In another, I was standing in the dark by the dock, air cold on my face, mist over the hollow, that voice threading up from below. The real-world sound and the camera's broken vision fell out of sync, like I was watching two different nights overlaid on each other, neither quite matching the other's timing. On the monitor, the feed for the gravel road finally jerked forward again. The timestamp skipped from 02:49:58 to 02:50:05 in a single jump. During the missing seconds, whatever the lens had seen was gone, overwritten by the pixels it decided to keep. But for my ears, those seconds had stretched. The humming got a fraction louder, then faded, as if whoever was singing had turned their head to look in another direction. The air in the room felt like it was holding its breath, the silence under the melody thick and expectant. When the tune finally dissolved back into the normal drone of the building, the camera feed steadied. The road lay empty. The fence line looked ordinary. The only movement came from the faint crawl of digital noise. I sat there, fingers pressed white against the edge of the desk, trying to slow my breathing. The part of me that still thought in terms like IT department and network load went to work. Maybe somebody was running a remote upload. Maybe the line was dropping packets because of the weather. Maybe the DVR box was overheating. There were a dozen plausible explanations for a video feed lagging and jumping. None of them had anything to do with a woman's song riding through the walls at the same time. The idea that someone in IT might be messing with the feeds, a prank on the new night guy, floated up, comforting in its own way. A human cause. A dumb joke. I imagined some bored tech watching my reactions through another camera and laughing, editing in filters, dropping frames. But I had seen the IT room. I had seen the equipment. It was too old for sophisticated tricks, too dumb to do anything except fail in the most obvious ways. And if someone had been messing with the system just to scare me, they were committed on a level that fulfilled HR's worst nightmares. The more likely answer sat like a cold stone in my gut. The cameras were not breaking randomly. They were breaking around certain moments. Sound first, then image. Always in that order. At some point in that stretch of weeks, my relationship with the cameras flipped. They stopped being my eyes in places I could not stand and started feeling like thin shields that something out there had learned how to put its hands through. One night, when the building had sunk into its deep hours, and even the highway sounded tired, I paused a frame in the back fence feed that had glitched more than usual. The smear of pixels at the bottom had frozen in a way that did not look like motion anymore. It looked posed. Out of habit, I scanned the rest of the frame. The yard light off to the right threw long shadows from the fence posts and the scattered debris near the dock. They all stretched in the same direction, lines of gray-black pointing away from the lamp, obedient to the single source of light, all but one. Near the middle of the frame, just beyond the fence, stood a dark vertical shape that might have been another post, another piece of equipment, another artifact. At first glance, it blended into the noise. Then I realized that while every other vertical object in the picture cast a shadow, faint, yes, but there, if you looked carefully, angled away from the light, this shape did not. No shadow, no soft trail of darkness stretching away from its base. It was just there, an upright band of deeper black, ignoring the rules. Everything else in the scene followed without question. If it had been a real object, a solid part of the world, it would have been painted by the lamp like anything else. The fact that the video could see it, but the light could not, made something in my neat, rational mind buckle. I leaned closer to the monitor until the pixels broke apart, until the shape became nothing more than blocks of gray and black. It did not help. I could not unknow what I had just noticed. In that frozen second, the camera had caught a glimpse of something that was present enough to register, but somehow did not belong in the regular geometry of light and shadow. I sat back, the chair creaking softly, and stared at the grid of feeds, each little window quietly watching a different piece of the property. For the first time, the question that had been lurking behind all the others stepped fully into focus. If the cameras were supposed to help me see what was out there, what was I supposed to do with the fact that they were starting to show me things the lights themselves refused to admit existed at all? The warehouse gave me a lot of tools I almost never needed. Keys to doors that stayed locked, codes to alarms that never went off, and a handheld radio whose primary job, as far as I could tell, was to sit on the corner of the break room table and gather fingerprints. It was standard issue. Black plastic, scratch screen, rubber antenna bent from years of being shoved into too tight belts. There were 3 main channels, one for shipping, one for receiving, one for all staff. On day shifts, you could hear chatter on it sometimes. A driver calling in that he was going to be late. A supervisor asking for someone to bring a pallet to door 6. At night, it was supposed to be silent, just like the intercom. Tom had handed it to me my first week and said, in case a truck shows up unscheduled, or something happens and you need to yell at somebody, keep it on you. Most of the time I did. Sometimes, when I was sick of feeling the weight of it against my hip, I set it down on the break room table while I did paperwork or tried to eat in peace. Even then, It stayed within arm's reach. I never thought of it as anything but a piece of equipment. Then came the night it learned how to talk like me. It was around 3:10 a.m., that thin, dead segment of the night when everything feels like it has been paused. I was in the break room, sitting under the buzzing fluorescent light with a stack of forms from the front office. The radio lay on the table to my right, half on a coffee-stained placemat, its antenna pointing up toward the ceiling like a crooked finger. The building was in one of its shallow breathing phases. The AC had settled into a low, steady hum. The fridge was between cycles. Somewhere far off, the compressor in the loading bay room kicked on and off with lazy regularity. The clock on the wall ticked softly, its second hand jerking forward in tiny spasms. I was filling in the same lines I always filled. Date, shift, incidents. The pen had begun to dig a groove in my fingers. Without warning, the radio crackled to life. The sound tore across the quiet like sandpaper across glass, a burst of static that made my shoulders jump up toward my ears. The speaker hissed for a fraction of a second, and then a voice came through. My voice. "Hey Mark, can you come out back for a second?" Calm, casual, exactly the tone I used when I did not want to spook anyone. The words were clear, not distorted by distance or bad signal. If I had not been looking straight at the radio, I would have thought I had just overheard myself talking on the phone. I froze, every muscle locked in place. The pen in my hand hovered over the paper, ink bleeding a tiny dot into the same spot. My eyes stayed fixed on the radio, as if it had just grown teeth. I had not touched the push-to-talk button. It lay there, face up. No pressure on the side controls. No reason at all to be speaking. The room went very still. The building seemed to lean in around me. "Hello?" I said after a few seconds that felt much longer. My voice sounded wrong in my own ears, too thin. "Who's on?" Nothing. I reached out and picked the radio up slowly, like it might be hot. The plastic was cool and familiar against my palm. I looked at the channel display, set to TH3, all staff. A little icon in the corner showed that there were no other active transmissions. No blinking indicators, no signal bars moving. I pressed the side button and spoke into it, my thumb leaving a faint smear of sweat on the rubber. "This is Mark," I said. "If anybody's on, say again." The radio responded with the same static I had heard 100 times. No voice cut through it. No answer. I clicked over to channel 1, then 2, repeating myself. Each time, all I got in return was the empty hiss of an open line. There was no logical way for that handheld to replay audio. It was not a fancy model with recording features. It did not have storage for snippets, no way to save phrases and spit them back out later. It was a dumb piece of hardware, meant to carry live sound from point A to point B, as long as someone held the button. I kept telling myself that. Feedback, I thought. Some weird loop from another unit left on somewhere. Somebody playing a very specific prank from a truck cab 3 states away. I switched back to my usual channel and set the radio down in front of me this time, directly in the middle of the table. The plastic thunked softly against the wood. My heart was still beating too hard. I could feel it in my throat. "Okay," I said out loud, more to the empty room than anything. "Okay. Must have picked up something old. Crossed frequencies, whatever." I sat there for a few minutes, the pen idle in my hand, watching the radio like it might spring up and run. Nothing else happened. Eventually, the familiar logic of boredom and duty settled back over me. I convinced myself that if I let one weird noise ruin the rest of my night, I would be no good for anything. I forced my attention back to the paperwork, making my eyes track the printed lines, even though every time the fridge cut out or the AC shifted, a part of me tensed in case the speaker crackled again. An hour or so later, I decided to test it. This is the stupid thing people in horror stories do. I know that. But it did not feel stupid at the time. It felt necessary, like if I did not poke at this thing, it would creep up behind me where I could not see it. I finished my round, checked the docks, did the camera sweep. Everything was uneventful. The back lot lay still under the yard lights. The gravel road was empty. The tree line sat where it always sat, black and silent. Back in the break room, I put the radio on the table again. But this time, I flipped the microphone end away from me, pointed toward the far wall, like I was trying to minimize how much of my own noise it could catch. I set it in the exact center of an old circular coffee stain and left it there, antenna angled toward the ceiling. I did not touch it for the next stretch of time. I let it sit and listen, if listening was what it had decided to do. The building slid deeper into the night. One by one, the small sounds spaced themselves out. The compressor on one of the refrigeration units stopped its intermittent kicking. The far-off beeping of a charger ended. The 1-second silences stretched into 2, then 3, as the machinery relaxed. The clock crept past 4 a.m. I was sitting a few feet away, back to the vending machines, feet stretched out, pretending to scroll through my phone, but mostly watching the radio in my peripheral vision. The fluorescent light overhead flickered once, a subtle dimming and brightening that made the whole room feel like it had blinked. Then the radio crackled again. The static this time was softer, a low, almost intimate hiss. The speaker did not blast open suddenly. It eased into sound, like somebody inhaling against it. Underneath that hiss, I heard a breath. Not the long, drawn-out breathing you hear on prank calls. This was short, close, the kind of quiet exhale you let out when you are leaning in to speak to someone and decide not to at the last second. Then, just before the line went dead, a single word slid through, barely formed. Back. Or maybe it was come. The consonant was half swallowed, the vowel stretched. It brushed against the edge of meaning and then fell away. I did not jump this time. I went very still. Something about the restraint of it. No dramatic shout, no full sentence, just that small, almost shy syllable, made my skin crawl more than the earlier phrase had. It felt less like an accident and more like practice. Like whatever was on the other end was getting used to using this particular mouth. I picked the radio up and turned it over in my hands. The casing creaked faintly. The channel display still read the same. No indicators, no blinking lights. It had all the expression of a dead fish. "Who is this?" I asked, thumb hovering over the button, but not pressing. It felt important not to reply through the same path, as if answering would complete a circuit I did not want completed. The radio said nothing. The building around me shuffled and sighed and popped in the usual ways. A tiny intercom click echoed down the hall, answering the radio's crackle like a distant cousin. That was the moment I realized the common thread that bound all of this together. The systems, the intercom, the cameras, the buzzer, now the radio, had all started behaving like extensions of a single body. They coughed when the building fell silent. They blinked when something moved just outside of sight. They popped and hissed and glitched, not randomly, but in rhythm with sounds that did not belong to any piece of equipment I recognized. The warehouse was not just a box I was sitting in anymore. It was acting like a mouth. And something had started to figure out how to move its lips. I sat there with the radio in my hands and tried, briefly, to convince myself there was a technical explanation. Some remnant of a previous transmission bouncing around inside the system. An engineering quirk where certain phrases, certain shapes of sound were more likely to get stuck and spit back out under the right conditions. But there was no record function on this thing, no buffer, no reason for it to hold on to anyone's words, let alone mine. That was when the really rotten thought slid into my head. The sentence the radio had used earlier, "Hey Mark, can you come out back for a second?" did not feel random because it wasn't. It was a phrase I had used myself dozens of times in the early weeks, back before things got weird, when there were still a few people on site late. I would say it to day shift guys who had stayed over, to a driver who needed to sign something, to Tom when he was still walking me through procedures. I had said it into that exact radio, in that exact tone, with the same rhythm. I had not said it that night, but my voice had. When I replayed the moment in my head, every syllable matched the way my own mouth formed them. The same slight drop on the word back, the same lazy rounding of second. It was not just copying my voice. It was copying a phrase it had heard me use like a path worn into the floor. Whatever was starting to talk through the building had not invented anything new yet. It was using my own words, borrowed from all the times I had fed them into these devices, stitching together an invitation from the scraps. Come out back. Come back. The more I thought about that, the less the radio felt like a tool, and the more it felt like a throat I was supposed to speak into, over and over, until something on the other side knew exactly how to speak back. There is a point where being afraid of something you have not seen starts to feel worse than the thing itself. I hit that point on a Tuesday, sometime after 3 in the morning, sitting under the break room lights with my elbows on the table and my head in my hands, listening to the building talk to itself. The intercom had popped twice that night already. The radio had given one soft hiss like a sigh, and then gone quiet. The cameras had done their usual little stutters around the same window of time, skipping a few frames on the gravel road feed that my brain filled with everything the pixels refused to show. I could feel the shape of whatever was out there getting clearer, even if I still could not see it. It had a pattern now, a rhythm, song, steps, static, my own voice sewn into its edges. It lived in the gaps between the normal noises, in the exact moments when all the machines paused. Every time I walked past the loading dock door, I felt that cold strip of air on my skin, like fingers trailing over my arm through fabric. I realized, sitting there at the stained table with my half-finished coffee going cold, that if I kept letting it stay hidden, if I kept refusing to step off concrete and onto that gravel, the fear would follow me even after I quit this place. It would sit in the back of my car while I drove. It would crawl under my bed. It would move into the corners of whatever sad apartment I ended up in next. If I did not go down there and at least try to see what was singing and walking and knocking holes in my recordings, I would never really leave this building, no matter where I went. The thought made me feel sick. It also made something in me harden. "Fine," I said to no one. pushing back from the table. Fine. You want me to come out back? I will come out back. Outside the break room window, the night pressed against the glass, thick and blank. The clock on the wall ticked toward 3:20 a.m., every second a small shove. I stood up, dumped the coffee in the sink, and started getting ready, like I was about to do an actual job instead of something out of a campfire story. First, the jacket, a cheap insulated thing I kept on a hook by the door, still smelling faintly of gas and cigarette smoke from previous owners. I pulled it on and zipped it up to my throat, feeling the zipper teeth catch and slide. Then the flashlight from the security drawer, black, heavy, with a beam bright enough to throw shadows of pallet racks all the way down an aisle. I checked the batteries, smacked it lightly against my palm until the light stopped flickering and held steady. I unclipped the radio from the edge of the table and hooked it back on my belt until I felt it tug against my hip, reassuring in its weight and unnerving in its silence. I turned the volume down a notch, not off. Part of me wanted it loud, in case someone actually tried to call. Part of me did not want anything, especially my own voice, bursting out of it while I was on a slope in the dark. Finally, my phone. I unlocked it and opened the camera app that tied into the warehouse system, thumb hovering over the icon until the login screen blinked and then gave me the familiar grid of feeds. I selected the back fence camera and left it up, the little gray rectangle of the gravel road shrinking and expanding as I zoomed in and out. I turned the volume on the phone all the way up. Concrete, fence, gravel, trees. That was my view. In the hallway, on the way to the dock, the building sounded almost gentle. The AC in one wing was doing its low, constant exhale. One of the vending machines in the break room behind me buzzed, the compressor inside working to keep sodas cold no one would buy tonight. The overhead lights hummed in different keys, depending on which part of the building you were in. A broken chorus that I had come to know the way you know different engines by ear. By the time I reached the back door, my heart was pounding, but not as wildly as it had that first night the buzzer screamed. This felt more like walking toward a doctor's office, knowing there is a test result waiting for you. An awful sort of focus. I slid the bolt, turned the handle, and opened the loading dock door just wide enough to squeeze through. I left it that way. A foot of black wedge, a slice of yellow light spilling out onto the concrete in a triangle. I told myself it was so I could still hear the building behind me, so that if something happened inside, if the intercom popped, if the radio went off, if the compressor choked, I would have one foot still in there, one ear still in the world of vents and humming and buzzing and all the dumb, safe mechanical nonsense I understood. The air outside hit me like the inside of a freezer. It was cold and dry, the kind of cold that comes after a day of clear skies and dropping temperatures, when the moisture has already burned off and what is left slices instead of soaks. My breath came out in small white puffs. I could feel it on my eyelashes. The sky above the yard was open, scattered with stars that looked sharper than they did from town. A thin moon hung low over the tree line, not quite full, not quite half, something in between. A chipped coin someone had taken a bite out of and left behind. Its light was weak compared to the yard lamps, but it brushed a paler sheen over the tops of the hills, picking out their curves. There was no storm in the air, no wind to speak of, just an occasional soft stirring through the branches at the edge of the woods. No big traffic noise from the highway. The occasional rush of a truck came and went like someone opening and closing a door in another house. The world felt expectant. Perfect conditions, my nervous brain supplied. Perfect conditions for seeing something you never wanted to see. I stepped fully out onto the dock, boots scuffing against the rough concrete. The flashlight was heavy in my hand, its beam a tight white spear that made the sodium light look dirty by comparison. I swept it once across the immediate area. Doors, bumpers, railing. Nothing. Just scuffs and stains and a stray pallet tipped on its side. I turned and aimed the beam down toward the gravel road. From up here, the road looked like a pale scar slicing down from the dock to the hollow, the stones catching bits of light and tossing them back in dull, uneven flashes. The metal guardrail that lined the top of the slope shone faintly where the moon touched it, a cold slice of steel cutting across the darker earth. Beyond that, the land dropped away. The creek was hidden by angle and shadow, but I could hear it working on the stones below. A low, steady noise like someone whispering into a cupped hand. No song tonight, at least not yet. Just that wet, sibilant sound, unbothered by whatever walked above it. The tree line on the far side of the hollow stood out against the sky as a solid block. Trunks and branches blurred into one another, a single wall of black pressing forward. There were gaps in it, of course, places where an animal or a person could slip through. But from here, they were indistinguishable from the rest of the darkness. I swallowed and tasted metal. Coyotes, I told myself quietly. Stray dog. Maybe a kid drinking where his parents won't see. That is all. Coyotes made sense. I had heard them before, in other parts of the county. Their yips and yowls bouncing off the hills. If one had decided to use the slope as a path, the gravel would record its steps for me just as clearly as a person's. I could almost see the shape of it, hungry and lean, standing where the light from the dock met the dark from the trees, yellow eyes catching the glow. Could have been homeless campers too. Plenty of people simply disappeared along roadways like this, sliding into the spaces under overpasses and behind warehouses. The kind of people nobody misses loudly enough for anyone to sweep the hollows with a spotlight. Maybe someone had set up a hidden camp down near the water. Tarp, fire pit, bottle. Maybe the song had been a drunk woman's lullaby to no one. A trespassing teenager would be almost a relief. Some kid from town looking for a place to get high or scare his friends, daring each other to walk up the road that ended under the warehouse. If one of them jumped out at me in a mask, I would probably hit him, but at least I would understand what I was looking at. Anything, I thought, is better than looking down there and seeing nothing at all. Anything is better than knowing the space under your feet is inhabited by something you can only hear. I took a breath so deep it hurt, more out of reflex than out of any desire to calm myself, and walked toward the edge of the dock, stopping at the top of the ramp where trucks backed in to be unloaded. From here, one more step would put me on the slope, on the actual gravel, on the path whatever had been using it was taking. My phone screen glowed in my left hand, the camera app still showing me the back fence from above in grainy black and white. On that little rectangle, my own body showed up as a faint gray shape at the top of the frame, near the dock edge. The road below was empty. The trees beyond were ink. The flashlight beam carved a clear tunnel through the dark, its cone slicing down the path, picking up each stone. The noise from the creek came up steady in the background, like someone tearing paper in a very long, very slow strip. Behind me, the warehouse pulsed and breathed. I could hear the compressor in the loading bay room humming through the wall, the heater somewhere above ticking as it cycled, even the distant buzz of the vending machine in the break room working on whatever warm cans were left in its gut. And then, just as I lifted my boot to step off the concrete and onto the gravel, all of it stopped. Not faded, not shifted, stopped. The compressor cut out mid-hum. The heater's tick halted on a half-click. The vending machine's buzz fell silent, as if someone had yanked the plug from the wall. Even the faint electrical whine from the lights seemed to dip. The only sound left was the blood in my ears and the soft rush of the creek, suddenly sharper and more alone without the building's accompaniment. It felt exactly like standing in a room full of people and having every single one of them hold their breath at the same time. The hair rose along my arms and the back of my neck in slow, deliberate waves. My lifted foot hovered over the edge of the dock, not quite committed to going forward, not willing to retreat. The warehouse behind me, my ugly, humming, glitching, familiar warehouse, had never been this quiet in all the nights I had walked it. The silence coming out of that open wedge of door was so complete it felt intentional, as if something inside had told every machine, every fan, every motor, hush. The thought came unbidden, clear, and unignorable. It's listening. I do not know how long I balanced there with my foot hanging over the edge, the whole building holding its breath behind me. At some point, not because it was smart, but because I could not stand the indecision another second, I put my foot down. The sole of my boot hit gravel with that familiar three-part sound. The sharp crunch of weight, the little slide as stones shifted under me, the tiny pause before my other foot followed. It was louder than I expected. The stones were dry and cold, grinding against each other like teeth. The concrete lip of the dock ended behind me. The slope dipped away under my weight. Gravel rolled down a few inches, that light, skittering chatter of small rock finding new places to rest. I took another step, then another. Each one carried me a little farther from the rectangle of dirty yellow light spilling out of the open door and a little deeper into the pale tunnel cast by my flashlight. The air down here felt different, colder by a few degrees, denser. The smell shifted from oil and dust to damp earth and that faint metallic tang that comes from standing too close to a rusting fence. The chain link that separated company property from the trees ran along my left shoulder, its steel catching bits of flashlight glare in tiny, sharp reflections. I could smell the cold metal and the wet dirt packed at its posts. The creek sounded louder from here too, less like background noise and more like an actual thing occupying space. The water worked steadily over stone in a soft, endless rush. No humming this time, no voice, just the sound of something moving down there in the dark, headed wherever water goes. The gravel under my boots complained with every step. The flashlight beam caught individual stones, little pieces of quartz and shale, and whatever else they had dumped here when they carved this road out of the slope. Each footfall felt louder than it should have, like the night was amplifying it, about halfway down the visible part of the slope, after my eyes had adjusted enough that the line between docklight and darkness wasn't so harsh. I realized I was hearing more than my own footsteps. At first, I thought it was an echo. Hills will do that to you. They'll throw your own sounds back at you with a delay that makes it feel like you're being followed. But this wasn't quite that. Every time my boot hit the ground, there was a second impact, lighter, a fraction of a second off. Crunch, slide, pause. Crunch, slide, pause. Two sets of steps, close together. but not in perfect sync. One led, one followed. I stopped. My boots went still. One heel dug into the slope, the other planted further down. I stood there in the beam of my own flashlight, breath steaming in front of my face, heart punching up into my throat. Behind me, the fence ticked faintly as the metal adjusted to the temperature. Ahead and below, the creek whispered. The extra footsteps did not stop immediately. There was one more crunch-slide pause after I had already frozen. A delayed step, like someone walking a few paces behind me needed an extra beat to react. Then, nothing. Silence folded in over the space where they had been. The skin between my shoulder blades tightened until it felt 2 sizes too small. I had the sensation, as clear as if someone had whispered it in my ear, that there was a person standing on the same road as me, close enough behind that if they lifted a hand, it would brush the back of my jacket. I did not turn around. I did what I had trained myself to do in this place. I reached for the cameras. My phone was already in my hand, screen glowing too brightly in the dark. The back fence feed was still up. I kept my body pointed downslope and lifted the phone closer to my face, thumb and forefinger pinching to zoom. From the camera's point of view, I was a small gray figure on a paler strip of road, halfway between the dock and the tree line. The yard light made my shadow stretch out at a strange angle. The chain link fence ran beside me, its grid pattern washed out by the contrast. Beyond, the trees were just a solid bar of black. My breath fogged the screen for a moment. I wiped it away with my sleeve, fighting the urge to bring the phone too close, as if shrinking the distance between my eyes, and the feed could somehow increase the distance between my body and whatever was behind me. I zoomed in another notch. That was when I saw her. On the live feed, directly behind my small, pixelated shape, was another figure. It stood so close that there was almost no gap between us. If we had been real people on a sidewalk, anyone watching would have said we were together, that we were leaning in to talk, that we had chosen to share that slice of space. The figure was darker than the rest of the night, a vertical shadow with a suggestion of thin shoulders and long hair hanging where its face should have been. It was not a clear photograph. This was still the washed-out, grainy mess of an old security camera, but the outline was wrong enough to make my throat close. What turned my stomach was the angle of its head. It was not held straight. It was tilted sharply in a way no neck should like, as if whoever it belonged to had been listening so hard their bones had given up on normal posture. The tilt leaned toward me, the vague shape of where my ear and cheek would be, like the figure was bending in to whisper something no microphone was supposed to hear. The flashlight beam wavered as my hand shook. The light stuttered on the stones and fence. For a second, I could not tell if the roaring in my ears was blood or creek or something else entirely. I stared at that little block of pixels, at the dark outline pressed up against the version of me inside the screen, and some old animal part of my brain screamed a single, clear instruction. Turn around. I did. I spun so fast the gravel betrayed me, stones sliding under my boots in a dry cascade. I threw the flashlight beam up and around, slicing the darkness into sharp pieces. Behind me, the slope reached back up to the dock. The open wedge of the door glowed like a small, ugly mouth, light spilling out and pooling at the top of the ramp. The fence ran along my right shoulder now, steel catching the flashlight in stray glints. The road was empty. No woman, no shadow with long hair, no thin shoulders, just the scuffed stones where I had walked, the disturbed patches showing where my heels had dug in. The space directly in front of me, where, according to the camera, someone should have been standing close enough to fog the collar of my jacket with their breath, held only the cold night. My own breath came in sharply, rising in quick clouds. The rush of the creek filled the gaps between those breaths, steady and indifferent. Something small moved in the underbrush near the tree line, a rustle too faint to place. A car rolled along the far highway, a distant hush. That was all. I turned back toward the hollow, forcing myself to move slow this time, like any sudden jerk might dislodge something clinging to the edge of reality. The flashlight beam steadied. The stones glowed. The guardrail traced its thin, metallic line. The trees watched, or didn't. No figure, no head, no eyes. My hand clenched around the phone hard enough to make the case creak. I dragged my gaze back down to the screen. On the feed, my little gray shape had turned, just as I had. The camera watched the top of my head now, the outline of my shoulders as I faced upslope. The second figure stood behind that image of me, still too close, still leaning in. But as I watched, it moved. The head, already too tilted, slowly rolled to the other side, like a puppet's on a lazy hinge. First one sharp angle, then another, listening with a different ear. I did not feel anything near me. No shift in pressure, no whisper of breath against my neck, no change in temperature beyond the steady, biting cold. The only proof that something was altering its posture in relation to me lived in that tiny window of pixels. I realized, with a jolt that made my stomach flip, that the camera's version of the night and the night I was standing in were no longer the same thing. Up until now, they had mostly matched. When the feed lagged, the world hiccuped with it. When the buzzer smudged, my ears rang. Even the woman's song, though louder through the microphone, had still been rooted in sound waves moving through the same air I breathed. Now the lens was showing me behavior, movement, proximity that had no echo in my body. The thing behind me in the feed leaned close, changed its angle, adjusted itself, and I felt exactly nothing. It was like watching someone creep up behind your character in a video game while you sat on the couch, controller in hand, feeling no touch, but knowing the danger was real for the figure on the screen. Except the figure on the screen was also me. I kept my eyes locked on that little image, afraid that if I looked away for more than a second, the positions would shift again, and when I checked back, the dark outline would no longer be behind me. It would be standing in front of me, or not on the road at all, or under the flashlight's beam, nothing moved. Under the cold night sky, nothing touched me. Under the eye of the camera, something that did not cast a proper shadow adjusted its head, standing close enough to me that, if the barrier between its world and mine slipped just a little more, I would feel the weight of it against my shoulder and know finally exactly how tall it was. There is a kind of fear that sits in your chest like ice, heavy and solid, and another kind that feels like electricity running just under your skin. Standing on that slope, with the phone in my hand and that dark outline behind me on the screen, moving its head like it was trying out different ways of listening, I had both at once. I started backing up toward the dock without turning around. The gravel complained under my boots, crunch slide pause in reverse. Every step sent a small shower of stones rolling downhill away from me. I kept my eyes glued to the live feed on my phone, as if letting it out of my sight for even a second would give whatever that second figure was a chance to step into the distance between frames. On the screen, my little gray shape did the same, shuffling backward up the strip of road, body angled wrong, like a piece of video playing in rewind. The darker shape stayed close behind in the feed, matching my movement without losing its terrible proximity. If anything, it seemed to lean in a little more, head still bent at that crooked, listening angle. I brought the phone closer, the cold plastic nearly touching my nose. The flashlight beam shook in my other hand, throwing disjointed shadows up the slope and across the fence. The night around me stayed stubbornly empty, but the camera's world remained populated by a pair of figures. One I recognized, and one I absolutely did not. I had just reached the point on the slope where the concrete lip of the dock started to loom up at the top of my vision when the feed stuttered. The video froze with my pixelated self caught mid-step, one foot in the air, the other planted in the road. The darker figure behind me was captured in mid-lean, its head tipped so far to the side that if it had been a real neck, something would have snapped. The timestamp in the corner stuck on a single second. Everything on the screen went statuesque. "Come on," I whispered, to the system, to the phone, to myself. "Don't do this now." The feed answered by breaking. In one violent tearing jump, the entire image snapped to a new view. Where the slightly elevated wide-angle shot of the dock and road had been, there was now a close-up of my own face, filling the entire screen edge to edge. It was like the lens had dropped from its mount high on the wall and swung to within inches of my eyes. Every pore, every line, every hair was rendered in flat gray and black. The dim light from the dock overhead turned my skin into a blotchy map of shadow and pale. For a cold, disorienting second, it felt like I was staring into a mirror someone else was holding. Except the eyes were wrong. They were my eyes, the same shape, same tired half circles beneath them, same slight asymmetry in the lids, but they did not quite match what I was doing. When I shifted my footing and flinched, the eyes on the screen lagged by a fraction of a second, blinking a little late, tracking something just off-center. It looked like someone had taken footage of my face and was playing it over my actual movements, close but not perfect, like bad dubbing in an old movie. My breath fogged the air in front of my real face. On the screen, my mouth followed the exhale moments later, lips parting, jaw tensing like it had been prompted. I felt my own gorge rise. I tried to take a step back and nearly slipped. The gravel rolled under my boots, sliding me half an inch downhill before I caught myself. My body jerked. On the phone, the angle of my head changed, but the expression on the face looking back stayed a heartbeat behind. Like the video version of me was only then realizing what the real version had already done. There was something else in the eyes too. A reflection, tiny, twin images of a darker shape standing behind, warped and shrunk by the curve of the pupils. A long, vertical blot, smudged like everything else, but undeniably there, occupying the place where the camera's own position should have appeared. I squinted, trying to decode it, to tell if it was just the shape of the dock, the fence, some trick of the light. The more I stared, the more my brain tried to give it structure. Hair, a jawline, fingers resting lightly on my shoulder. Before I could convince myself of anything, the feed went black. The screen cut to a flat rectangle of nothing, timestamp gone, No signal lost icon, no menu, just a void, like the app had been shut off from somewhere else. At that exact instant, every sound around me dropped out. Not just the mechanical noises from the building behind me, those were already gone. The creek, which had been whispering steadily up from the hollow, cut off mid-rush. The faint, high whine of distant highway traffic evaporated, leaving the sky above me feeling bigger and colder. Even the soft rustle of my jacket as I moved seemed to disappear inside that sudden, suffocating lack of sound. The world went flat and thick and empty. In that carved-out silence, something stepped into the space I left. I felt warm breath on my right ear. Not a trickle of night wind, not some stray current curling around the slope. This was close, human temperature, damp at the edges. It hit the skin just behind my jaw with the intimate, awful immediacy of somebody leaning too close in a crowded room. A voice followed, so close that the tiniest movements of air carried the word directly into the cartilage of my ear. It was not quite English. The syllables were bent wrong, like someone was speaking from the back of their throat, using sound shaped by a different set of muscles than mine. But the end of it, stretched and soft, landed in something that I knew too well. Back. The same sound that had crept through the radio. The same echo that had risen under other phrases, stitched into something older, stranger, like a familiar piece of cloth sewn onto a garment that did not belong in this time. I did not wait to see if it would say more. I bolted. All the careful caution I had been using on the way down shattered. I turned and ran up the slope toward the dock, flashlight beam whipping wild arcs over gravel and fence, phone still clenched in my left hand like a piece of dead glass. The stones under my boots betrayed me, shifting and rolling. My foot slid sideways at one point, ankle twisting painfully, and I went down to one knee hard enough to send a bolt of pain up my leg. Tiny rocks bit through the denim. For a sick half-second, I felt the slope trying to take me back down, gravity tugging, momentum wanting me to fall backward instead of forward. I scrambled, hands scraping against the stones, fingers cold and numb. The flashlight rolled away, its beam spinning off into the weeds and the lower part of the fence, making it look for a moment like something was moving there. There was nothing on my skin but cold and the phantom of that breath. I scrambled back to my feet and kept going, half running, half staggering. My lungs burned. My heart hammered so hard I could feel it in my teeth. The open door at the top of the slope looked impossibly far away, and then, suddenly, too close, like the geometry of the yard had folded in on itself. I hit the concrete lip of the dock with enough force that my teeth clicked together. I nearly pitched forward, caught myself against the railing, and then threw myself through the open wedge of the door like a man diving for the surface of a lake. Inside, the warehouse air hit me, warm by comparison, smelling of cardboard and cleaner and machine oil. The familiar hum of the lights and vents roared back in all at once, almost deafening. It was as if the building had unpaused the second I crossed the threshold. I shoved the door shut with both hands, metal slamming into frame. The sound rang down the hallway. My fingers fumbled at the locks, sliding the main bolt, throwing the deadbolt, then checking them again like extra pressure would change how they sat in the metal. Only when both locks were seated, when the door was nothing but a flat, gray wall, did I realize that I was shaking from head to toe. I stood there with my forehead against the cool metal for a few seconds, trying to force air into my lungs, trying to convince myself that the warmth on my ear had been a product of adrenaline or panic. It did not work. My skin remembered too clearly the shape of that breath. I did not go back out there again that night. I moved like a rat flushed into the light, hugging the bright parts of the building. Every shadow seemed too thick. Every 1 second silence felt like a trap. I left every light I could find turned on. The break room, the hallway, the office, even the lobby, as if making the place look like daytime from the inside would keep whatever was out there stuck to the dark. I took the radio off my belt and set it on the office desk, as far from me as the length of its cord to the charger would allow. I turned the TV on in the corner and left it playing some late-night infomercial with the volume low. Just enough human noise to drown out the occasional pops and clicks from the intercom. The security monitors glowed in the adjacent room, their gray little worlds waiting for me. But I could not bring myself to look at them. The idea of seeing my own face again, staring back at me from the camera's impossible angle, made my stomach twist. So I spent the rest of the shift like a man hiding in a too bright room, pretending the walls were enough. By the time the first smear of dawn began to bleed into the sky outside the front windows, I had convinced myself I would never open the camera app again. I would log what I needed to log, answer what I needed to answer, and then I would quit. Let Tom find someone else to walk these aisles. And then, 15 minutes before the end of my shift, I made the mistake of looking. It felt less like a choice and more like an itch I could not reach. I needed to know if any of what I had experienced existed anywhere outside my own head. If the system had seen any of it. If that close-up of my face, that impossible angle, had left any trace. I went into the security room and sat down in the chair, the cushion still holding the shape of my usual posture. The screens greeted me with their indifferent gray. My hand hovered over the keyboard, fingers numb. I pulled up the back fence feed and scrubbed the timeline back to the window when I had been on the slope. Those awful minutes between stepping off the dock and slamming the door. The footage for that stretch of time was there. No gaps, no missing blocks. I hit play. The recording showed the loading dock from its usual fixed angle, the pale strip of concrete under the yard light, the empty ramp, the empty gravel road. No figure, no second shape, no tilt of a head. The yards of night beyond the fence were smooth and uneventful. It was like watching any other quiet hour in the middle of any other quiet night. My stomach dropped. Maybe, I thought, maybe the system had glitched so hard that it had overwritten the weirdness with something else, patched over it with older footage. Maybe I had dragged the cursor to the wrong time. I checked the timestamp. It matched exactly. My throat felt dry enough to crack. I turned the volume up and hit play again, this time listening. There was no creak in the recording. No vent hum, no intercom pop, no distant highway, just breathing. Heavy, uneven breathing, close to the microphone, in a way it never should have been. My breathing. Underneath it, so faint you could have missed it if you did not know what to listen for, was a hum. The same looping, answerless melody I had heard rise out of the hollow beside the creek. The tune my mother had hummed at my bedside. The song the woman below the dock had sung without words. Only this time, it was my voice doing it. Not perfectly. There were places where the wordless notes wavered, where the breath hitched or shook, but it was undeniably mine. My tone, my timbre, my chest behind the sound. On the video, the dock sat empty, a harmless slab of concrete under a sleepy light. On the audio, some version of me that I never remembered being stood in that silence and quietly, steadily hummed a song to whatever else might have been listening. I did not go home and sleep after that shift. I went home and lay on my back in the dark of my apartment, staring at the low, stained ceiling, listening to the hum of the fridge and the AC, and wondering which of those sounds, if any, actually belonged to the machines. Every time my eyes slid shut, the image came back. My own face filling the frame, eyes lagging behind my movements, some dark reflection standing in the tiny mirror of my pupils. I heard my own voice humming on a recording I did not remember making. At some point, light seeped in around the blinds. Morning, birds, cars outside. The normal world going about its business, like there was nothing wrong with the way sound and sight layered themselves in that warehouse. I decided I needed another witness, someone else to look at the equipment and tell me something, anything that made sense. By the time my next shift rolled around, I had talked myself into a more acceptable version of events, not the truth that kept making my hands shake, but a version you can say out loud on company property without someone calling a wellness hotline. I walked into the warehouse just as day shift was wrapping up. The lights felt harsher than I remembered. The place looked smaller with people in it. Forklifts buzzing. Guys in vests shouting to each other. Pallets clacking down onto concrete. Tom was in the front office, leaning back in his chair, with a half-eaten donut on a napkin, and his glasses perched low on his nose. He looked up when I knocked on the doorframe. "Hey, Mark, you're early," he said. "Could have grabbed another hour of sleep, man." "Yeah," I said. My voice sounded normal, which was something. "Can I talk to you about the cameras and the intercom? I think there might be something wrong with the system." The last word came out a little tighter than I meant. Tom's eyes narrowed a hair. He gestured for me to come in and shut the door. "Wrong how?" he asked, wiping sugar off his fingers with a napkin. I stayed standing. The feeds have been glitching bad around the back fence, freezing, smearing, audio cutting out, intercoms popping at night when it should be dead, and the DVR, sometimes it loses chunks of time. I've got incident logs with timestamps. Tom sighed the sigh of someone whose job description did not say exorcist. "Old building," he said. "Old systems. You know how it is." "I know how some of it is," I said, forcing myself to hold his gaze. "But this is more than flickering monitors. It's losing audio, video. I think maybe the drives are failing, or someone's messing with it. Tampering. Either way, if something actually happens out there, we're blind." That got him at least half on board. Liability is a language managers understand. "All right," he said. "We'll have Mark from IT take a look." "Other Mark," I said automatically, because people like to joke about us sharing a name. He grinned. "Yeah, the newer model. Go grab a coffee. We'll pull the footage you flagged." A little while later, we were in a small office off the main hall, crammed around a slightly newer computer than the ones in the security room. Other Mark, the IT guy, sat in front of the monitor, fingers flying over the keyboard, tall, gaunt, maybe early 30s, with a beard that always looked like he had decided to grow it on a dare and never back down. "Okay," he said, squinting at the screen. "You said you logged the times?" I handed him my incident sheet. "Here, this one, that buzzer hit at 23:47, dock feed glitched. And this block around 2:50 a.m. on Thursday, back fence and gravel camera. And and the big one from last night, about 3:05 to 3:15 on the same feed. He whistled through his teeth. "You've been busy." "Yeah," I said. "Something like that." He pulled up the DVR interface, which looked different on this computer. Cleaner menus, a little more color. Same feeds though, same grid of mostly boring angles. "Let's start with that first one," he said. "Back dock, 23:40 to midnight." He clicked around, scrubbed the timeline, zoomed. Then he frowned. The playback window showed the dock frozen in place, a single still image. The timestamp in the corner read 21:12:07, not 23:47. In the lower right, a small red warning icon blinked. "Buffer error, source lost," he read. "Huh." He tried again. Same still frame, same error. "That's not what I saw," I said. I could hear the edge creeping into my voice. "I watched it glitch and come back that night." "Yeah, well, it might have been in memory then," he said. "This is what made it to disk." He ran a diagnostics check with a few practiced clicks. Lines of tiny text scrolled past. "Drive 3 threw a bunch of sector errors last week," he said. "Probably when you're talking about. Data got written bad. Not that unusual on these bargain bin DVRs." He looked over at Tom. "We've been asking for an upgrade for like 2 years, man." Tom spread his hands. "You know how corporate is." We moved on. "Okay, 2:50 a.m., Thursday," Itmark said. "Back fence, gravel road." He pulled it up. This time, the footage did play, but in ugly little half-second bursts. A few frames of empty dock, then static, then a blue screen with white letters. "Video source not available." Then back to empty dock again. No smug vertical smudges. No darker strip along the fence. Just visual noise and system error messages. "Jesus," I muttered. "It wasn't like this when I watched it live." "That's kind of the point," he said. "You're watching it live. It's still in volatile memory. Then the box tries to write it to disk, fails, and you end up with this." He gestured at the screen. Again, cheap hardware. Vibration, temperature, age. This stuff goes bad. "And the audio?" I asked. He toggled the little speaker icon on the interface. We got a short burst of static, then a flat line. No creak, no humming, no breathing, nothing. "See?" he said. "Corrupted." We repeated the exercise with the worst one, last night. The slope, the face in the camera, my phantom humming. I braced myself for something. What we got was a perfectly ordinary angle of the dock. No road, even. The camera had been, according to the system, in a slightly different position. The time block for 3:05 to 3:15 showed the concrete lip, the closed door, the yard light throwing its little pool. Occasionally, a moth flicked through frame. The audio track was dead. "Drive recalibrated its inputs after the error," Mark said. "Probably switched to a backup stream. Overwrote whatever garbage was in that memory range with clean data." "Garbage," I repeated. The word tasted sour. Tom gave me a sideways look. "You sure you saw what you think you saw, bud? Night shifts can do a number on your head. I used to get phantom forklifts rolling by me at 3 a.m. I clenched my jaw. I know the difference between being tired and watching my own face fill a camera from an angle that physically doesn't exist. Mark raised both hands a little. "Hey, I'm not saying you didn't see something, all right? I'm just telling you the recordings we've got are busted. Hard drives choke all the time. These units in particular are kinda infamous. Heat, humidity, cheap caps. It's a party." He spun the chair a little so he could face me more directly. "Look, man, he said, softer. If you're worried about someone messing with the system, like actual human tampering, that's not what this is. That'd leave different fingerprints, logs, remote access traces. This is just old gear dying slow. You're not the first one to complain, and you won't be the last. I'll file a ticket. Maybe in 6 to 8 months, we'll get shiny new boxes that glitch in different ways. He grinned weakly. I did not, because here was the thing. If it was just dying hardware, if it was literally incapable of holding on to what it saw and heard in those moments, that did not make me feel better. It made me feel like something out there knew exactly what parts of the system to lean on, where to press until reality's recording medium coughed and dropped frames. Tom must have seen something on my face because he shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Maybe you should take a day, he said. You've been doing a lot of nights in a row. You got, personal stuff going on. There it was. The polite, work-safe way of saying divorce and debt, and whatever else he thought was rattling around inside my skull, turning harmless machine noise into ghost stories. I'm fine, I said automatically, even though my stomach felt like it was full of glass. I just wanted to make sure we were not wide open out there. You're not, Mark said. I mean, you are, in the sense that this system is a dinosaur, but you're no more blind than any other warehouse using this junk. Great. Comforting. We wrapped it up. Mark started a data integrity check on the DVR that he said would take a few hours. Tom promised to email corporate about capital expenditures again, which meant exactly nothing. They filed out of the office, already half moved on to the next problem, the next form, the next pallet count. I stood there alone, the glow of the monitor painting my hands a flat, sickly color. I knew what I had seen. I knew what I had heard. The fact that the system refused to acknowledge any of it made me feel less like a witness and more like a crazy person talking to himself at the edge of a highway. By the time I left that office, I had made a different kind of decision. I was going to start looking for other jobs. Crappier shifts, lower pay, whatever it took. Gas station clerk, overnight at a hotel. Security at some office park with too much glass and not enough personality. Anything that did not involve this building's walls, this buzzer, this intercom, this particular marriage of concrete and wires that had learned how to speak. I was halfway to the door when something on the screen caught my eye. The DVR software had a thumbnail view, a grid of tiny preview images for recent time blocks, so you could jump quickly to the segment you wanted. Most of them were updating in real time, little live windows of the various parts of the warehouse. As I watched, one refreshed. Front lot, a truck pulling in. Another flickered. Inside aisle, forklift passing. One thumbnail in the middle of the grid lagged behind. It was labeled Dock Rear, last hour. The others around it had already clicked over to new stills with current timestamps. That one stubbornly showed an older image. The white numbers at the bottom read 9:37:12. I knew exactly where I had been then, sitting in this very chair with Tom and other Mark, watching them shrug away my ghosts. The thumbnail image showed the loading dock, the door standing wide open, a pale rectangle of inside meeting outside. The yard light washed the concrete with its usual colorless glow. And in the dark of the open doorway, just inside the threshold, was the very faint suggestion of a figure. Not detailed, not enough pixels to make out features. Just a slightly darker vertical smear that did not match any shadow, standing in a spot I knew intimately. the line between inside and out, just far enough back that the yard light did not wash it out completely. At 9:37 a.m., there should have been people around. Day shift finishing up. Forklifts. Voices. But at that exact moment, I knew. I had been in the camera room with both of the only other men who had badges to access this part of the building. No one had been at the dock. No one human anyway. I watched the thumbnail for another few seconds, waiting for it to refresh, for the system to wash that darker smear away with something more ordinary. It did not. It sat there, stubbornly out of date, like a frame the rest of the system had moved past, but not taken the time to rewrite yet. Eventually, some automated process must have caught up. The image flickered. The dock appeared empty. The timestamp changed. The faint figure inside the doorway was gone. I stood alone in that little office, the hum of the building all around me, and realized that if the system was dropping evidence of whatever was sharing this place with me, it was not doing it evenly. It was leaving just enough behind to let me know I was not imagining everything, just not enough to prove a damn thing to anyone else. I did end up quitting. I did not tell them it was because the building had learned how to talk back to me, or because I had watched my own face stare out of a camera from an angle that should have been impossible. I told Tom I was having health issues, that I needed daylight, that the night shifts were grinding me down. He gave me a look that said he thought I was being dramatic, but also that he had a stack of resumes and did not have the energy to argue. "Take care of yourself," he said, shaking my hand. "Get some sun." I promised I would. Then I handed over my badge and walked out of that warehouse for what I thought would be the last time anyone could talk me into setting foot there. I moved into a different kind of ugly building. The new place was an apartment complex on the edge of town, one of those beige 3-story rectangles that looked like someone copy-pasted them from a template. Beige siding, beige trim, beige carpets in the halls that smelled faintly of dust and other people's dinners. The stair rails were tacky with old paint. The parking lot was lit by tall LED poles, the bluish-white light making everyone's cars look a little sick. Inside my unit, the carpet was flat and rough. The walls were freshly painted in that particular shade of landlord white that somehow managed to pick up every shadow. My bedroom window faced the lot. At night, I could see the glow of the pole lights through the blinds, banding the room with faint stripes. It was not much, but it was mine, and it was not the warehouse. I picked up a day job working stock at a chain home goods store across town. My world shifted from pallets of groceries and concrete aisles to boxes of towels, lamps, and plastic storage bins. I pushed carts instead of walking checkpoints. I stacked pillows instead of watching loading docks. The fluorescent lights there were not much better, but at least they were on during actual business hours. I could clock in at 8 in the morning, clock out at 4, and watch the sun move across the sky through actual windows instead of a security feed. My coworkers were bored, ordinary people. They complained about customers and joked about overtime. No one talked about women singing in creeks or footsteps on gravel unless it was part of some podcast they streamed on their breaks. I told myself this was good, healthy. Anytime my route home brushed too close to the highway exit that led toward the distribution center, I picked another street. I would take the long way, looping through residential neighborhoods, just to avoid catching a glimpse of the hill where I knew that warehouse sat. Sometimes I could feel its presence anyway, like knowing there is a spider in your room, even when you cannot see it. I told myself that what happened out there had been stress, lack of sleep, and too much caffeine. That being alone in any big building at night will eventually make your brain start filling in the blanks with its own monsters. I said those words to myself like a catechism. Stress, sleep deprivation, caffeine. Stress, sleep deprivation, caffeine. I knew exactly how much of that was a lie. I leaned into it anyway. Old habits followed me in smaller ways. Without really thinking about it, I bought a video doorbell for my new apartment, a cheaper Ring knockoff I found on sale. I told myself it was for security. It was more like my hands and brain missed having cameras in my periphery. I had spent too many nights watching grainy feeds for comfort. Installing it was strangely soothing. I drilled into the door frame, ran the little wires, paired it with my phone. The app gave me a live view of the strip of concrete outside my door, the metal stair rail, the slice of parking lot where my car sat. When someone walked past, the motion alert chimed, and I could watch them for a second or two. The guy from 2B hauling laundry, a delivery driver balancing a stack of pizzas, some teenager on a skateboard who looked annoyed to learn he was being recorded. It made me feel like I had a say in what came and went, like I could see the edges of my life. The first week, nothing strange happened. At night, I lay in bed and listened to the apartment noises, different from the warehouse, but still their own weird orchestra. The upstairs neighbor walked back and forth on what sounded like a very squeaky section of floor, their footfalls thudding dully through the drywall. A TV 2 units over played some crime show too loud, voices rising and falling in muffled drama. Car doors opened and closed in the lot. Lock chirps beeped in uneven intervals as people came home late. The central AC in the unit cycled on and off, a low hum crawling out of the vents. The fridge in the little galley kitchen buzzed and clicked, occasionally making a knocking noise that sounded like someone rapping softly on its side. I downloaded a white noise app and started going to sleep with the sound of steady rain coming out of a cheap Bluetooth speaker. Even on nights when the sky outside was perfectly clear, the fake rain blurred the edges of the other sounds, turned footsteps and TV bleed into something more anonymous. It helped a little. It did not erase what my brain had learned to listen for. A few times, lying there in the dark with my eyes closed and my phone charging face down on the nightstand, I thought I heard a faint hum that did not belong to the AC or the fridge or the white noise. A pattern of notes just under the static, turning slowly in on itself. I blamed it on memory, on phantom sounds. On the way, trauma acts like gum you stepped in. You get most of it off, but there is always some still stuck in the treads. It was only after I'd been in the apartment for a couple of weeks that I noticed the other thing. I was brushing my teeth one night, standing in the tiny bathroom with the fan off, leaning over the sink. The apartment's usual sounds filtered in. TV through the wall, footsteps above, the hiss of the AC vent just outside the door. Water ran from the tap in a familiar, thin stream. Then, all at once, everything stopped. The AC shut off mid-breath. The fridge in the kitchen stopped humming. The TV in the next unit muted, whether because someone turned it off or because my brain stopped registering it. Even the upstairs neighbor, who had been pacing back and forth, halted mid-step. For exactly 1 second, no more, no less, there was nothing. not silence exactly. Silence in movies is this clear, pure thing. This was more like falling into a space between tracks on a badly burned CD. The background hiss dropped away. The white noise cut out. The fake rain on my speaker vanished mid-patter. In that carved-out moment, my awareness sharpened to a point. I became very, very aware of the fact that I existed in this apartment as a shape, standing in a room, alone. And under that awareness, like a layer of ice under a thin sheet of snow, was the feeling that somebody else was sharing the second with me, not touching, not moving, just present, like eyes on the back of my neck. I stopped brushing. Foam sat in the corner of my mouth. The electric toothbrush buzzed uselessly against my teeth. Then the world came back. The AC kicked on again with a clunk. The fridge rattled. The upstairs neighbor finished their step and took another. The TV next door blared a laugh track. The white noise app on my speaker resumed its loop. The rain picking up mid-drop, as if nothing had happened. I spit, rinsed, and told myself it was nothing. A coincidence of cycles. Systems syncing up by accident. It happens. Machines aren't perfect. Sometimes they rest at the same time. The next night, it happened again. This time, I was in bed, eyes closed, listening to the false rain and the beat of my own heart. A commercial from a neighbor's TV slipped in under the noise. A car drove past outside, tires rolling over the speed bump near the entrance. A far-off siren wound down, faded, then everything cut. Rain noise stopped dead. AC went silent. The siren vanished before the last note. For a single, exact heartbeat, it was just me and the shape of my body on the mattress and the sense of pressure at the back of my skull. Like someone standing at the foot of the bed, just inside the doorway. I opened my eyes into the dark. The blinds glowed faintly from the parking lot light. The LED on the power strip pulsed a soft red. My door was closed. My phone lay where I had left it. The moment passed. The white noise app resumed. The fridge in the kitchen made its little knocking sound. A car door slammed outside. A dog barked somewhere down the hall. I lay there with my eyes open, not moving, feeling my heartbeat climb and then flatten. It would have been easy, would still be easy if I wanted it, to say this was all in my head. That my ears, trained by too many long nights in that warehouse, had simply learned to notice when the world took an in-between breath. That I was the one connecting the dots between these seconds of quiet, not anything outside me. But lying there, staring at the low, beige ceiling, the same thought I'd had on the dock slid back into my mind, uninvited and impossible to push out. Something doesn't have to be in that silence to use it. If whatever had learned how to pop intercoms and glitch cameras and borrow my own voice had ridden into my life on those little 1-second gaps, then it did not matter that I had changed jobs, or apartments, or cities. Machines are machines. Buildings breathe. There is always a moment everywhere when everything rests. And that meant there was always, everywhere, a place for it to stand. The night it followed me to my front door did not feel special at first. It was a Tuesday, or maybe a Wednesday. They all smudged together now. I had closed at the store, stacked a stupid number of plastic storage bins, listened to my manager complain about inventory, driven home on side streets that curved carefully away from the highway exit that led back to the Foothills. By the time I showered and crawled into bed, it was a little after 1 in the morning. The apartment was doing its usual thing. Upstairs, neighbor pacing, some sitcom laugh track bleeding through the wall, AC grumbling on and off like an old man. I put my phone on the nightstand, face up, plugged in the charger, and started the white noise app. Fake rain poured out of the little speaker, blurring the edges of the sounds I could not control. I must have fallen asleep fast, because the next thing I remember clearly is being dragged up out of a dream by the specific buzz of a notification, not the generic chime for texts. The short, insistent vibration I had come to recognize as the doorbell camera app. My eyes snapped open. The room was dark, except for the faint blue wash from the charging indicator on my phone. The digital clock on the cable box under the tiny TV glowed 2:12 a.m. in harsh red. On the nightstand, my phone screen had lit up with a familiar banner, motion detected, front door. Half my brain was still in the dream I'd been having, something about walking down an aisle that never ended. The other half was already awake in that cold, hyper-focused way you get when something jerks you out of sleep at an hour where nothing normal is supposed to be happening. Most of the clips I got from that app were boring. Delivery drivers, neighbors, someone's kid running up and down the hall. Once in a while, a drunk guy would knock on the wrong door. There was no reason to be scared of a motion alert. I picked up the phone anyway, with fingers that felt a little stiff, and tapped the notification. The app opened to a still image first. The outside of my apartment door, the walkway, the beige walls, the dim puddle of warm light from the overhead fixture. No one standing there. No one walking past. Just the empty hall. I hit play. The video rolled. The camera's eye showed the view I had tested a dozen times when I first installed it. My doormat, with its generic welcome. The opposite door with its peeling gold 2B. The metal stair rail to the left. The strip of parking lot visible beyond, washed in the flat glare of the LED pole lights. The hall carpet looked a little darker near the far end, where people tracked in rain and mud. The overhead light hummed faintly on the audio, a thin electrical hiss. For the first couple of seconds, nothing moved. No shadow crossed the frame. No door opened. Just the static image of a sleeping hallway. Then the singing started. It came in under the usual microphone noise. At first, just a slight shape in the hiss, like the air thickening. Then it stepped forward, as if someone had moved closer to the tiny hole where the camera's mic lived. A woman's voice, soft, low, almost intimate. It did not sound like it was coming from down the hall or from inside someone else's apartment. It sounded like it was just off-screen, right up against the door, so close that if I had been standing on the other side with my ear to the wood, I could have felt the vibration of her throat. She was humming at first, then letting the hum open into notes. No words. Just that same looping melody I had heard floating up from the creek behind the warehouse. The same pattern I had recognized from my mother's bedside humming. The tune unfolded exactly the way it did in my memory. The first gentle rise, the slight dip, the held note that never quite resolved the way you think it will, the little twist at the end of the phrase, like the music was turning around to look at you over its shoulder, asking you to follow it just one step farther. I felt the blood drain from my face. The hall on the screen stayed empty. The beige walls did not flicker. No shadow lengthened across the carpet. But the audio was unmistakable. The camera's microphone had caught the sound the way the back fence feed had once caught my breathing. Too close, too clear. I dragged the phone closer to my ear, replayed the 10-second clip. Once, twice, again. Each time, the same thing. Empty hallway, that cheap apartment light, Nobody there. The same soft hiss of the system, and under it, the woman's song, threading through like it belonged in my building. No distortion, no reverb like from a speaker, no echo that would suggest it was bleeding in from a TV somewhere. It sounded live, like there was a person inches from the camera, singing just under their breath. My hand shook enough that the phone bumped against my ear. I tried, because I had to pull explanations out of the air. Maybe some neighbor down the hall had a radio on low, and the mic was picking up a weird frequency. Maybe someone on the floor above had opened their door and sound had funneled down the stairwell. Maybe, by some cosmic coincidence, one of my neighbors was streaming some obscure lullaby that shared a few notes with whatever had burrowed into my family's bones. But every time I replayed the clip, the rationalizations twisted themselves into knots. Music from a speaker sounds like it has edges, compression, room echo, the slight tinny quality of plastic cones pushing sound. This didn't. This sounded like throat and tongue, and breath and mouth. The mic hiss rose and fell around it in a way that told me the singer was inside that tiny circle of air, not hitting it from across a room. On the screen, the timestamp sat in the corner, 2/12/04. The location tag above it read, "Front door." My building name, my street address. Not a glitch, not a misassigned camera. I scrubbed backward a few seconds and watched again, looking for any flicker, any indication that someone had stepped out of frame a heartbeat before the recording started. Nothing. The clip opened on empty hall, played the song, ended on empty hall. The app's little interface asked if I wanted to share, save, or delete. For a long moment, I considered hitting delete and lying to myself forever. But some other part of me, the piece that had sat in the security room, cataloging smudges and glitches and shadows that did not cast properly, knew I needed proof. Proof for who? I did not know. Myself, maybe. Some future version of me who would try to pretend this was all panic and bad coffee. I set the phone down, heart pounding, and slid out of bed. The carpet was cold under my feet. The white noise app had stopped when I opened the clip, so the apartment felt nakedly quiet. I walked to the door, every nerve in my body telling me not to, and pressed my eye to the peephole. The fisheye view warped the hall into a curved tunnel. The cheap beige paint took on a strange, pinkish hue. The doormat outside 2B glowed dull. The metal railing glinted faintly under the overhead light. The hallway was completely empty. No woman standing with her face inches from my door. No neighbor lurking just outside camera view. No drunk singing to themselves on the way back from the parking lot. I held my breath for a count of 10, waiting for the song to start again. This time muffled through the wood. Nothing. Just the distant hum of the building systems. The soft creak of someone turning over in the apartment above mine. I stepped back, shut the chain on the door out of pure reflex, and went back to the bed. My phone still waited on the nightstand, the paused video frozen on an image of emptiness. I hit play one more time, keeping my eyes on the picture while I listened. The song was the same. Something about that, about the unchanging nature of the clip, the way it refused to transform under repeated scrutiny, scared me more than any jump scare could have. It meant the event was fixed now, pasted into the app's neat little log of events, sitting between a timestamp of my neighbor hauling groceries in and a UPS guy dropping off a stack of Amazon boxes. I hit the download icon. The app asked if I wanted to save to device. I confirmed. A little progress bar spun. When it finished, the phone spit up a confirmation. Saved as front door 2224 11 18 02 1204 4127 MP4. At first, the numbers at the end did not register, just another random string. Then my brain, traitor that it is, pulled the old address out of whatever drawer I had shoved it in. 4127 was the warehouse's street number in the Foothills. The distribution center on the gravel road, the one perched above the creek, sat at 41.7 County Route something. I had written it on enough forms, set it to enough delivery drivers, memorized it enough times for safety drills, that it was etched into some permanent part of me. My current apartment complex had a completely different address, different street, different number, different everything. I scrolled through the other recently saved clips for comparison. Kids trick-or-treating down the hall, a package getting dropped at the wrong door. All their file names ended in different 4-digit strings. None of them matched my old job, my old hill, my old life. Just this one. Front door 2224 11 18 212 44 4127 MP4s. It was like the system. This completely unrelated bit of hardware in a completely different building, made by a completely different company, had reached back into my logs and pulled that number out like a calling card. I sat there in the dark, the glow from the screen lighting my hands, listening to the woman's song bleed through the tiny speaker again, and realized something that made my skin go cold in a way I had not felt even on the gravel. I had left the warehouse, but whatever was standing in that 1-second silence between machine cycles had not stayed there. It had brought its own address. If it had all stopped with the doorbell clip, maybe I could have filed it under one extremely bad night and let time sand the edges down. It did not stop. It just got smaller. For the first few days after the song at my door, nothing else happened. Or nothing big anyway. I went to work, stocked shelves, listened to my coworkers talk about football and their kids, and the latest true crime series they were binging. I came home, microwaved food, scrolled through my phone, watched whatever I was too tired to care about on TV. The apartment kept doing its ordinary apartment things. The upstairs neighbor stomped around. A baby somewhere on the first floor cried at odd hours. Somebody's dog barked too much. The white noise app ran until my phone died or I fell asleep, whichever came first. I kept the clip on my phone. I should have deleted it. Instead, I found myself replaying it in odd moments. Sitting in my car at lunch, lying in bed with the lights off, standing at the kitchen counter waiting for the microwave to beep, the empty hallway, the hum of the cheap light, the woman's voice threading through it all. It started to feel like the warehouse again, in miniature. The same pattern. A system built to watch and record things, picking up something it should not, and then acting like it hadn't. The anomalies in the apartment came in as background noise at first. One night, I was standing at the sink rinsing dishes, the TV in the living room running some stupid late-night talk show in the background. The AC was humming. The fridge was buzzing. The building's usual soundtrack. Then everything slipped into one of those 1-second silences. I felt it before I heard it, or before I didn't hear it. The AC cut out mid-breath. The fridge's motor stopped. Whoever was laughing on TV cut off mid-cackle as the audio dropped into the gap. In that carved-out quiet, the kitchen light flickered. It was brief, less than a full blink, but it was timed exactly to the silence, like someone had thrown a switch. The world dimmed and brightened in sync with the absence of sound. The plates in my hands felt suddenly heavier. Then everything came back. Compressor, groaning, vent sighing, host joking. The light steadied. Loose bulb, I told myself, even as I twisted it in the fixture later and found it seated solidly in place. It did it again the next night. Same time, same pattern. After that, I started noticing that the flickers always came in those gaps. Never during the normal noise, only in the exact second the apartment seemed to hold its breath. The fridge joined in next. It had a particular rhythm I had come to know without meaning to. A low hum that ran steady for a while, followed by a click and a sigh when it shut off to rest. Off. The gap between cycles had become part of the way I measured time lying in bed, half asleep. One night, around 3 a.m, I woke up for no good reason, no nightmare, no noise. My eyes just opened. The white noise app was still running, fake rain pouring into the darkness. The fridge hummed in the next room. Then it shut off, that familiar click. Only this time, instead of dead air in the gap before the apartment noises filled the space, I heard something else. A tiny crunch just outside my door. Not loud, not dramatic, but exact. The sound of one foot coming down on a few dry stones. Crunch, slide, pause. Too sharp to be the normal settling of pipes or the contraction of the building skeleton. I lay there, every muscle frozen, listening hard for another step. Nothing. The rain noise went on like it hadn't noticed. The AC kicked on. Upstairs, someone coughed. Whatever that one crunch had been, it stayed alone. The next night, there were two. One after the fridge cut out, another as the AC took a breath. Little pebbles of sound dropping into the same gap, just enough to make my brain place phantom gravel under my apartment door. The TV got into it a week later. I was sitting on the couch watching some forgettable crime procedural. Fluorescent lit interrogation room. Cop with tired eyes. Suspect insisting on their innocence. The usual. For a split second, shorter than a commercial cut, shorter than a blink, the screen froze. It wasn't the show freezing. It was the image warping into something that did not belong in the scene. The washed-out gray of a loading dock. The curve of a yellow safety line painted on concrete. A metal rail catching just a little bit of light. Then it snapped back. The cop was mid-sentence again. The suspect looked worried. The case of the week continued as if nothing had happened. I stared at the blank spot where the dock image had been. The after image still burned into my brain. I told myself it was a glitch from whatever streaming service I was using. Some stray frame piggybacking in from a different feed. Maybe the TV had briefly switched inputs. Maybe someone nearby was casting something and it had bled across. But it kept happening. Not every night. Not enough to show up if a tech came to check it. Just often enough that I started to dread the little hiccups in the video signal. The half second where I didn't know what reality it was going to show me. The more my electronics misbehaved, the more I found myself looking for patterns. One afternoon, for no good reason, I pulled up my Google Maps timeline on my phone. I had always left location history on because I never cared enough to turn it off. Little red dots and lines traced my movements, home to store, store to home, occasional grocery trip, a gas station here and there. And then, tucked in among the loops, a couple of entries that did not make sense. On a night, I knew I had been home, scrolling myself numb until after midnight. The timeline showed a line that stepped out from my complex and drifted toward the edge of town. Near Industrial Park, it labeled the location, a little circle hovering over a cluster of gray-roofed buildings not far from where the distribution center sat in the foothills. The time range for that visit was 2:58 a.m. to 3:12 a.m. Another night, same thing. A little jog in the path, a "you were here" dot hovering dispassionately over the bland rectangle of an industrial building. Again, around 3 in the morning. I stared at those logs, the dates and times neat and confident. I thought about where I had actually been at those times. Lying awake in my bed, watching the numbers on my cable box shuffle forward, counting the seconds between the fridge cycles, listening for that moment when all the noise dropped out at once. GPS bug, I said out loud to my empty living room. Tower glitch. Phone pinged off the wrong sector. Happens all the time. The words bounced back at me off the walls, thin and unconvincing. It was the pattern that got me. The way those ghost movements lined up almost perfectly with the window of time when the warehouse had always felt the worst. The hour when the cameras stuttered, when the intercom popped, when the radio decided it knew how to borrow my voice. I started to feel like my life was being overwritten one little piece at a time. The way the DVR had swallowed frames and replaced them with static. First the building, then the doorbell clip. Now my own location history signing me out of my body and sending me to places I had no memory of being. Fear was there, buzzing under everything, but it came with a kind of exhaustion. I was tired of hearing myself think, maybe I imagined it. Tired of telling myself I was just stressed, or tired, or replaying trauma like a broken tape. I was tired of arguing with my own senses. One night, after watching the TV freeze on another half image of concrete I did not own, I lay in bed, staring at the soft glow of my fitness tracker on the bedside table. It was the kind you wear on your wrist to count steps, monitor sleep, track how many calories you have supposedly burned just by existing. I had taken it off before bed. It sat in its little charging cradle, band curled like a sleeping animal. On a whim, I picked it up and scrolled through the activity log for the past few days. The graphs were predictable. Spikes of steps during my shift at the store. A flat line while I sat in my car. Little bumps around my apartment as I made dinner. Showered, moved between couch and bed. At night, the line dropped almost to zero, the sleep tracking kicking in, showing restless patches as thin, pale bands. Then, on 3 different nights over the past week, there were blips right in the middle of the dead zone. A cluster of 200, 300 steps recorded between 2:50 and 3:10 a.m. The tracker had labeled them as outdoor walk, based on whatever sensors it used. GPS, motion patterns, heart rate. The little icon next to those spikes was a stick figure walking with purpose. I stared at the numbers. On those nights, I remembered lying in bed with my eyes open, counting the spaces between the apartments in between breaths. I remembered flipping over, checking the time, listening to the fridge kick off and back on again. I remembered not moving because the fear felt like a weight on my chest. My brain had sharp, clear memories of being absolutely still. The device on my wrist, an object meant to be dumb and literal, to count only the physical, insisted that my body had gotten up, left indoor parameters, and walked several hundred steps somewhere outside. Maybe the tracker had slipped. Maybe I had sleepwalked out my front door and into the parking lot and somehow not gotten hit by a car, not been seen by a neighbor, not left any other trace. Or maybe, like the cameras and the DVR and the GPS, it was not failing so much as it was recording something I was not supposed to know how to see. It learns your patterns, I thought, the phrase landing in my head with the heavy certainty of something I had heard once and had been trying not to remember. All those nights of me pacing aisles, walking docks, looping checkpoints at the same times. All those times I had breathed into radios and intercoms and microphones. All those seconds of me lying in bed now, listening for the silence. If something out there had been paying attention, it had had a lot of data to work with. Now, in the middle of an apartment complex miles from the foothills, my own devices were telling me that while I lay perfectly still, something wearing my steps had decided to keep using the route. The night it felt like something else tried on my body. Nothing was different going in. If anything, I was trying to be as aggressively normal as possible. I went to bed early for once, around 11:30 p.m. The store had been slow. My feet hurt in that dull background way that meant I had walked the aisles enough to tire myself out, but not enough to actually feel like I had done anything. I did the usual lock ritual without thinking, slid the deadbolt, clicked the chain into place on the inside of the front door, checked the knob twice. The hallway outside was quiet. That late-stage apartment quiet where everyone is home, but the building has not started snoring yet. The TV in the living room stayed off. I did not want voices in the background. The only screen light came from my phone as I set the Ring app to armed, just like always, then placed the phone on the nightstand. I plugged it in, the cable making that soft little click of connection. The charging icon pulsed green. I started the white noise app, fake rain again, and lay back on the bed. The room was dim, lit only by the glow of the parking lot, light leaking around the blinds. The ceiling looked lower in that light, like it was leaning in to listen. There is a zone you hit sometimes when you are drifting off, a half-dream place where you are aware of the room, but also drifting in something that is not quite sleep. Sounds from outside bleed into whatever your brain is inventing. The two versions of reality overlap. That is where I was. Not awake enough to sit up, not asleep enough to stop knowing my own name. The rain noise from the speaker washed over everything in a steady hiss. Under it, I could feel the apartment's other sounds, like objects sitting under a blanket, the fridge humming, the AC pushing air through the vents, the occasional thump from upstairs that my brain filed as neighbor moved a chair or dropped something. Then gradually, the blanket started to peel back. The fridge's hum slowed, then stopped with its familiar click. The AC winded down, the rush of air thinning and then cutting off. The fake rain fuzzed around the edges, as if someone had turned down the volume on it from the other side of the wall. What should have flowed into the gap was the usual mess. Distant traffic, a TV somewhere, the building's bones settling. Instead, there was a spreading quiet. Not instant, not like a switch flipped. More like the world turning its head, one sound at a time, until everything was facing away from me. In that quiet, I heard footsteps. Not generic ones. Not the random creaks of a neighbor moving, or some pipe banging in the wall. These sounded like my own. There is a way your heel hits the floor that you recognize if you have lived with yourself long enough. The weight distribution, The rhythm, how you unconsciously favor one side. I knew mine very well, from all those nights pacing the warehouse. The echo of my boots on concrete acting like a metronome for my thoughts. Now, in my half-sleeping state, I heard that same rhythm inside my apartment. Heel, ball, toes, mild inward roll, the exact pattern of my familiar walk. The strange part was the direction. I was lying in bed. I could feel the mattress under my back, the weight of the blanket over my legs, my head sunk into the cheap pillow. But the footsteps I heard started from the vicinity of the bed and moved away, as if someone who walked exactly like me had gotten up and headed for the front door. The sound was muffled by carpet, but the pattern was there. The soft thuds crossed the bedroom threshold, then the slightly hollow resonance of the entryway floor, where the padding under the carpet was thinner. My body did not move. I did not feel my muscles contract, my joints shift. It was like my awareness was split. One part of me lying there paralyzed, the other somehow riding along in the sound of myself walking. The sensation, that weird mental double exposure, got worse. As the footsteps reached the front door, my point of view shifted. I was still aware of myself on the bed, but I also suddenly had this clear, impossible sense of standing inside my own front door, pressed up close, looking out through the peephole. Not a dream image. Not quite. More like that perspective you get when you remember using a camera. You cannot feel the weight of it in your hand anymore, but your mind still knows the angle, the framing. From that angle, the hallway curved away in the fisheye distortion, beige walls bending, opposite door warped. The light above my threshold buzzed faintly. The metal rail beyond glowed. At the same time, I could hear the door chain on my side. A gentle clink, like someone lifting it just enough for it to go slack, the soft scrape of it sliding out of the bracket. My heart thudded once, hard, in my chest, in the version of me on the bed. I tried to move, to sit up, but my body stayed heavy, sunk. The half-dream thickened around me, making my limbs feel like they were under warm water. The deadbolt gave a quiet, distant click. From the peephole perspective, I saw nothing move in the hallway. The door frame did not shift. The welcome mat sat patiently below, but I heard my own doorknob turn. The soft squeak it made when the springs inside shifted. The sound I had heard 1,000 times from the inside, but never from this weird observation point. Then came a sound that did not belong in any apartment hall. Under everything else, faint, almost apologetic, I heard the crunch-slide pause of gravel underfoot. As if whoever had just opened my door, a crack was now stepping forward into anything but carpeted flooring. As if, instead of the synthetic fibers and worn padding of my walkway, there was a slope and a scatter of small stones waiting. One step, maybe two. No louder than someone shifting their weight, but wrong enough to make the hair on my arms stand up. My awareness jerked back into my body like a rubber band snapping. I gasped, drawing in air as if I had been holding my breath for too long. The rain noise roared in my ears again. The AC hummed back to life. The fridge buzzed. A car outside rolled over the speed bump, tires hissing quietly. I was lying exactly as I had been, on my back, head on the same flattened pillow, blanket pulled up to my chest, the sheets under me smooth, not twisted the way they get if you have actually gotten up and back in. My heart was beating too fast. My mouth tasted metallic, like I had bitten my tongue in a dream. I turned my head toward the door. It was closed, From where I was, I could not see the chain or the bolt, but the outline of the frame was solid and still. I stayed like that for a long time, staring into the dark, trying to convince myself I had just had a particularly vivid dream. That the footsteps and the peephole angle and the sounds of locks were all my brain replaying fears it already had about doors and thresholds and what waits behind them. Eventually, exhaustion won. My thoughts blurred. The night kept going without my conscious permission. Morning came in with a slice of pale light between the blinds and the smell of the neighbor's fried breakfast creeping under my door. My mouth felt dry. My eyes felt like sandpaper. For a few seconds after waking, I almost managed to believe the whole thing had been nothing. Then I remembered the crunch of gravel where no gravel should be and reached for my phone. The Ring app sat in its usual spot on the home screen, innocuous and cheerful. I opened it and went straight to history. There they were. 3 clips, all tagged, front door, motion, all between 2:58 and 3:04 a.m. The first was only 6 seconds long. The second, 8. The third, 5. I tapped the first one. The video showed the outside of my door from the usual angle. For 1 second, the frame was still. The beige walls, the opposite unit's door, the carpet. Then my own door edged into view from the right as it opened a crack, just enough to let a stripe of darkness show where the jamb met the hall. No hand on the knob, no figure stepping out, just the door easing open as if pushed by a careful, invisible palm. It hung there for a second or two. Then it closed again, the latch catching with a soft bump. No one walked away. No one came into frame. The hallway stayed empty. My chest tightened. I played the second clip. Same thing. Door. Crack. Pause. Close. The third. Yes. Again. On all of them, the video looked the same. No body. No shadow. Just my own door, doing what it should not be able to do on its own when the chain and bolt were supposedly engaged. I swallowed and turned up the volume. The audio on the first 2 clips was what you would expect. A faint electrical hiss from the mic, the tiny mechanical sounds of the latch, distant hums in the building. The third clip was wrong. When I hit play, the moment the door edged open, the sound changed. The soft, intimate acoustics of my narrow apartment hallway were replaced by something larger, emptier. The mic picked up a space that sounded like concrete in height, a faint, hollow echo to every tiny sound, like noise bouncing around in a big room before finally dying. Under that echo, I could hear the high, intermittent beeping of forklifts backing up, the low rumble of heavy fans, the rolling clatter of pallets being moved across a hard surface, the audio of a warehouse, not an apartment, not just any warehouse. The rhythm of the beeps, the way they layered over that particular humming air, was as familiar to me as my own pulse. I had stood in those rooms too long and too often for my brain to mistake the signature of that space. The camera watching my front door, on the second floor of a building miles away, was playing back the sound of my old job. Dock noise that should have been nowhere near my hallway. I sat on the edge of my bed, phone in my hand, listening to that impossible blend. My apartment door opening and closing in the video. The warehouse existing in the audio track. 2 separate realities welded together by a motion sensor that was supposed to care about neither. If there had been a person in the frame, something I could point to and say, that is the problem, it might have been easier. Instead, there was just the empty hall, the disobedient door, and the echo of a building I had already left behind, sleep, I realized was no longer a guarantee that I was the only one using my body. And the devices I had bought to feel more in control, the cameras, the trackers, the logs, were starting to show me that when the world went quiet for that 1 second every night, the question was not just what might be standing next to my bed. It was where I might be standing that I never remembered at all. At some point, running from it stopped feeling like a plan and started feeling like stalling. I kept telling myself that all of this, the song at the door opening on its own, the warehouse audio bleeding into my apartment, might be explainable if I could just catch my own body in the act. Sleepwalking, talking in my sleep, some parasomnia I could Google and wrap around myself like a cheap diagnosis. So I tried to turn the one thing I still trusted, my phone, into a witness. One night before bed, I opened the voice memo app and started a new recording. I set the phone face down on the nightstand, microphone edge pointed toward the bed. The little timer started ticking up from 0 to 0. The idea was simple: let it run all night. In the morning, scrub through, see if I was getting up, talking, doing anything that could connect the dots between the strange events and something human and boring and treatable. I did this for several nights in a row. Most mornings, all I got was what you would expect from someone sleeping badly in a small apartment. The soft rush of white noise from the speaker, my breathing rising and falling, the occasional creak of the bed frame when I rolled over. Sometimes a car passing outside. Once, the sound of my upstairs neighbor dropping something heavy and swearing about it. I played those files with a mix of boredom and dread, waiting for the moment where I would hear myself sit up and start having a conversation with nobody. It did not happen for a while. Then came the morning. I scrolled through the list of recordings and saw one that made my thumb stop. The app listed them all by date and time. Most were 50 minutes here, an hour 15 there, cut off when my phone died, or I woke up and forgot to stop the session. The one in the middle of the screen was different. It was longer by only a little, but the timestamp punched through my chest. Recorded 3:03 a.m. Duration 0:07:42. I did not remember waking up at 3:03 a.m. I did not remember waking up at all, actually. The night before had felt, for once, like straight, dead sleep. No strange footsteps, no peephole overlays, no sense of my own body being in two places at once. I tapped the file. The playback started with a rush of white noise from the speaker app. My fake rain, hissing steadily. Under it, my own breathing, slow and regular. The slight whistle it made when my nose was stuffed from allergies. The occasional whisper of fabric when I shifted under the blankets. For the first minute, it was almost soothing. Proof that sometimes, at least, I did what normal people did. Lay still in the dark and slept. Then the acoustic space changed. It was not gradual. There was no fade, no subtle transition. 1 second, I could hear the close, muffled quality of my small bedroom, the way sound dies fast in soft surfaces, the lack of echo. The next, the audio flipped, like someone had cut out that bubble and pasted it into a much larger room. My own breathing picked up a faint echo, just a hint, barely there, but enough to tell me the sound was bouncing off something much farther away than my walls. The white noise thinned, like it was trying to fill a bigger volume and failing. Underneath, there was a new layer, a deep, low room tone I knew too well, that particular hollow hush of a high ceiling over concrete floors. The sound a big, mostly empty structure makes just by existing. The warehouse. I stopped the playback, hands slick on the phone case. For a moment, I just sat there on the edge of the bed, looking at the paused timestamp. 001. So 7. Like maybe the numbers would rearrange themselves into a better story if I stared hard enough. They did not. I hit play again. The hollow quality stayed. The rain noise from my speaker sounded wrong, as if it were now being played at the far end of an aisle instead of at my bedside. There was a faint beeping in the background, not loud, not constant, just the intermittent, distant reverse beep of a forklift backing up somewhere out of sight. Then my voice spoke, not the snuffling, half-conscious mumbling of someone talking in their sleep. This was clear, level, the way I sounded when I asked a customer if they needed help finding anything. "Yeah," I heard myself say. "I'm here." I stepped out. "I'm listening." No rasp, no confusion, no slur, just calm, as if I were answering a question that had not been recorded. The silence that followed was somehow worse than if another voice had replied. In that gap, my breathing went on, steady and unbothered. The room tone hummed. The distant beeps and hums of machinery did their work. I had no memory of waking up, picking up the phone, saying those words. I had no memory of dreaming them either. There was no dream context to wrap around that sentence. It did not feel like it belonged to a familiar nightmare. Hearing myself speak into the recorder with that tone in that space made me feel like I was listening in on a version of me from another timeline. I scrubbed back 10 seconds and played it again. "Yeah, I'm here." I stepped out. "I'm listening." There was even a slight, rueful little breath on the word "stepped," like I thought I was being funny, like I was in on something. My skin crawled. I kept listening, because not knowing the rest would have been worse. For another 5 minutes, the audio held that warehouse quality. My breathing stayed regular. Occasionally, there was the soft scrape of fabric, as if I was shifting my weight on a chair instead of in a bed. Once, there was a faint metallic clank that could have been a pallet jack handle being dropped, or a chain on a dock door. I began to get the nauseating sensation that I was listening to a conversation without the other party's lines. Only my side, recorded in a place my body was not supposed to be anymore. Toward the end of the file, the song arrived. It seeped in slowly at first, like someone turning up a radio in another room. The same melody, looping and unresolved. But this time, it was not alone. The woman's voice was there, soft, sure, singing that wordless lullaby in the shape I knew too well. Underneath it, a second voice joined in. It was out of tune. Not wildly, not enough to be comedic. Just slightly off in all the wrong ways, like someone had heard the melody enough to copy the contour, but had not gotten the intervals quite right. The rhythm dragged. Notes that should have risen flattened. Others that should have held wobbled. The timbre of the second voice was deeper, rougher, familiar in the worst way. It sounded like me, or something trying to sound like me, humming along. The two voices braided together in the echoing space, the right one and the wrong one, circling each other. The track went on like that for maybe 15, 20 seconds. My calm, breathing presence in the room, the woman carrying the tune, the off-key second hum clinging to it like a shadow trying to wear its host. Just before the recording cut, My own spoken voice came through one more time, low and almost affectionate. "I hear you," it said. Then suddenly, the acoustics snapped back. The warehouse space collapsed into my cramped bedroom again. The echo disappeared. The rain noise from the speakers swelled back up around everything. My breathing hitched once, like a sleeper turning over, and then the file ended with the soft, plastic click of someone stopping the recording manually. I stared at the end timestamp until my eyes blurred. My thumb moved on its own. I selected the file and hit delete. The app asked me if I was sure. I hit yes. The entry vanished from the list. The neat little line wiped away, as if those 7 minutes had never existed. The panic that had made me delete it drained out almost immediately, leaving something else behind. Regret. I suddenly pictured myself trying to explain this to someone, anyone, a therapist, a cop, a friend I did not have. "Listen to this," I would say, holding my phone out. That is my voice in a place I was not, answering something that is not there. Now I had nothing. I told myself I had deleted it because I did not want it on my phone if the phone was part of the problem. If this thing was using my devices as doors, maybe erasing its footprints was safer. The truth was simpler. I had panicked. I put the phone down like it might bite me and went about the day on autopilot. Shower, clothes, commute, work. Stocking shelves under fluorescent lights felt almost mercifully stupid. No one at the store expected me to be anything more than awake enough not to drop boxes on customers. The whole time, the words echoed in my head. "I'm here. I stepped out. I'm listening." I kept seeing the warehouse in my mind, the dock, the aisles, the spot above the creek where the gravel sloped down. I kept imagining some version of myself standing there at 3 a.m, phone in hand, talking to someone just outside camera range while my body lay in an apartment miles away. On my lunch break, I almost convinced myself I had imagined the whole recording. It would have been easy to chalk it up to another vivid dream smeared into waking memory. When I got home that night, I opened the voice memo app again, half expecting the list to be empty. It wasn't. The previous recordings were still there, stacked in their neat little column. The one I had deleted was gone. At the top of the list, though, something new waited. A file timestamped 12:47 p.m., less than an hour earlier. Duration, 0 Lurao, 0, an empty recording, nothing inside it. The app had given it an automatic name, pulling from my location like it sometimes did when I recorded notes on the go. New memo, street name. It was not my apartment street. It was the road the warehouse sat on in the Foothills. Right now, I am sitting at the kitchen table in my apartment, the cheap faux wood one that came with the place, with my laptop open and the screen brightness turned down so low the keys barely glow. It is a little after 2:30 in the morning. I do not work nights anymore, but my body never got the memo. This is the hour my brain expects to be awake, listening for the wrong sounds. So I am giving it something else to do. I am typing this story out for you. You can call me Mark. That is not my real name. I do not care if you believe that part, or any of the rest of this. It would almost be better for you if you did not. I am sending this to a YouTube horror channel instead of to the police, or a priest, or some forum full of people arguing about what is and is not possible. Because I already tried the more respectable options. I tried a therapist first, sat in a small office with soft lamps and fake plants and a white noise machine that sounded like a cheap knockoff of the Rain app. I already have. I told her I used to work nights at a warehouse in the Foothills, that the cameras glitched, that I heard singing where there should not have been anyone to sing, that my electronics in a whole new apartment complex now pull up locations I have not visited in months, and recordings I do not remember making in rooms I am not in. I watched her face as I talked. She did the right things, nodded, asked about my divorce, my stress levels, my caffeine intake. She asked how I slept. I did not know how to answer that without lying. She suggested I might have some undiagnosed sleep disorder, maybe episodes of dissociation, maybe a history of anxiety that the night shift aggravated. She was not wrong. She just was not right enough. I tried talking to a friend, one of the few I have left. We met for coffee one afternoon, right across from the home goods store, daylight making everything look stupidly safe. I told him a watered-down version, the buzzing intercom, the weird ring clip with the singing, the door opening on its own. He laughed at first, thought I was setting up a punchline. When he realized I was serious, the laugh died, and something else took its place on his face, a look I recognized from a mirror. The one that says, "I want you to be okay so badly that I am willing to pretend this sounds normal." He told me stories about his cousin who used to sleepwalk, about stress dreams where you think you are awake. He said, kindly, that I should probably get out more, see people, turn the devices off for a while, touch grass, as the internet likes to say. He meant well, none of it helped. So here we are, just you and me and this screen. I am not telling you this because I think you can fix it. I do not want an exorcism. I am not looking for someone to DM me with crystals, or sage, or a prayer thread. I am not trying to convert anybody to any particular worldview. I am not even trying to convince you that what I am describing is objectively, scientifically real. I am doing this for one simple reason. I want there to be a record somewhere outside my own devices, not in my phone, not in my doorbell app, not on some DVR box slowly overwriting itself in a warehouse on a hill. Somewhere else. Somewhere that, if this thing keeps chewing through the places I store my own memories, there will still be a copy it has to work harder to reach. I know how your channel works. I have listened to enough of these videos to understand the pattern. Someone like me sends you a wall of text. You, or some narrator with a calm, tired voice, reads it over royalty-free music. People click on it at weird hours. A lot of them are probably in the same situation I am in right now, just with different ghosts, lying awake, phone inches from their face, trying to decide if they should turn the lights on or not. Some of them are just doing normal life stuff. Washing dishes with the video playing in the background, folding laundry, driving a dark back road with the Bluetooth humming, laying in a parked car outside their job, engine running, not ready to go in yet. Some of them will fall asleep to this story. I know that too. I have done the same thing. Let strangers talk about their worst nights until my own worst nights felt small enough to doze off on. So while I write this, I am aware of you in a way that is hard to explain. Not just you, the person who runs the channel, but you, whoever is hearing this in the dark, with the soundscape of your own home or car wrapped around my words. Here, at my kitchen table, this is what it sounds like. To my left, the fridge hums a low, steady note, then clicks occasionally as it shifts between cycles. The compressor has a hitch in it, a tiny stutter that I could recognize now the way I once recognized the backing beeps of trucks. Above me, the AC vent breathes on and off, A low whoosh when it kicks in, a slight clap when it stops. Sometimes the ducks knock in the walls, like someone rapping politely from the inside. Through the ceiling, there are the muffled, unpredictable sounds of my upstairs neighbor. A chair scraping, footsteps pacing, a little burst of laughter at some late-night show. Farther out, through the closed window by the sink, the distant traffic on the main road moves like a slow metallic river, never completely stopping, just changing volume. All of this stacks into the background hum I have been using as proof that I am in the real world, and not in whatever place the warehouse lives in my head. And then, every so often, all of it goes silent for exactly 1 second. The fridge cuts out mid-buzz. The AC pauses mid-breath. The neighbor stops mid-footstep. Even the traffic noise from outside seems to drop under some threshold I cannot hear. It is happening more often as I type this, which is one of the reasons I have to keep forcing my fingers to move, even when my shoulders lock up. I have noticed something I wish I had not. Every time I talk about this out loud, or type it in detail, like I am doing now, the disturbances get worse for a while. The location glitches on my phone cluster, thicker on the map. More little red dots around that industrial park. More timestamps in the 250-310 range. The night recordings, whether it is the door camera, the voice memos, or some random app I forgot was even listening, pick up new artifacts. A breath where there should not be one. A clipped syllable in my own voice that I do not recall forming. A background hum that does not match the space I sleep in. It is like the story itself is food. Like every time I line the events up and lay them out in sequence. This happened, then this, then this. Something out there reaches through the gaps between the words and eats. For a few days after I went to therapy and told a stranger about the woman's song and the gravel under my bed, the Ring camera started sending me motion alerts at 3:03 a.m. on the dot. Empty hallway, nothing visible, just the mic hiss, and, once, a single, soft crunch. After I tried to tell my friend the simplified version, my fitness tracker logged the highest count of phantom steps it ever has. All in that dead zone of the night, all marked outdoor walk. I expect that sending this to you will do the same thing, maybe more. You might think that would be a reason not to do it, but sitting here at this table, listening to the building gear up and fall quiet in waves, watching the cursor blink on the screen between sentences like a tiny metronome, I have realized something else. If the story feeds it, the story also defines it. Putting this in order, pinning it down in language, is the closest I am going to get to drawing a box around what has happened to me. Maybe you will listen and shrug. Maybe you will decide it is just a guy spiraling because his life fell apart and his brain latched onto warehouse noises as an explanation for why everything feels wrong. Maybe you will turn this video off halfway through because the dishes are done, or the road got too dark and you do not want your imagination working that hard. That is fine. This is not really for you. It is so that somewhere outside my apartment, outside my failing sense of what is safe, there is a version of these events that does not live on a drive. It can corrupt, or in a log, it can rewrite, or inside a head it can walk around in at 3 in the morning. If you are hearing this, your own house or car or room probably has its own soundtrack. Fans, fridges, vents, traffic. Pay attention, just once, to that 1 second at some point tonight when all of it stops. I am starting to think that is the only moment any of this ever really steps through. I am going to tell you exactly what is happening as I write this part, because pretending it all happened neatly in the past tense would be a lie. My laptop is on the table in front of me, the cheap plastic warm under my wrists. The only program open is this document. No music, no videos, just lines of text crawling down the screen. The fridge is humming its low note. The AC vent above the stove is breathing. Somewhere upstairs, somebody is walking back and forth in short, irritated bursts, like they lost something and cannot find it. I have just finished typing that last sentence about the 1-second silences when my laptop speakers pop. It is the exact sound the intercom used to make in the warehouse. A soft, ugly little pfft that comes right before someone hits the button to talk. Only this time, it does not come from the ceiling or the wall. It comes from directly in front of me, through speakers that are not supposed to be doing anything. The cursor jumps for a second, freezing mid-blink. No other windows are open. There is nothing trying to play. No browser tab unmuted. No app asking for attention. The pop does not repeat. I sit there with my fingers paused on the keys, feeling my heart rate spike, and then force myself to keep typing. It takes actual effort. My body wants to pull my hands back, like I have touched something hot. As I type the words, intercom-like pop, something else happens. My phone, which is lying face down to the right of the laptop, lights up. The glow spills out from under it, a halo of pale blue on the table. The vibration is subtle, but I still feel it through the laminate, just one short buzz. For a second, I think. Text, email, some notification I can ignore. Then I hear the very specific chime I have come to hate. It is the one my doorbell app uses when there is motion at the front door. The thing is, I am almost certain I turned that app off before I sat down. Not just closed it, gone into the settings and flipped it to disarmed, because I did not want to know what the hallway was doing while I was trying to get this all out. I stare at the glowing outline of the phone, trying to decide whether pretending I did not hear it is some kind of safety or just a different way of giving it control. If I do not look, the clip still exists. The app still tagged and saved it. Whatever the camera saw already happened. Not watching will not unhappen anything. If I do look, I will have to live with whatever my eyes meet. The fridge clicks off. The AC cuts out. The upstairs footsteps stop. One of those 1-second silences drops over the room like a glass dome. In that bubble, I reach over, pick up the phone, and flip it over. Sure enough, the lock screen is there with a fresh banner. Motion detected. Front door. 2:41 a.m. I should have left it alone. I know that. You probably know that from your side of this video. I open the app anyway. The History tab shows a new entry at the top of the list, timestamped 2:39 a.m., 2 minutes ago. The little thumbnail is the same as always. My hallway, beige and boring. I tap it. The clip begins with the familiar still shot. My door, the opposite door, the rail, the strip of carpet. The overhead light makes everything look yellow and tired. Nothing moves. For about half a second, it stays that way. Then the image hiccups. In a single frame, no more than that, a vertical blur appears directly in front of my door. Not a solid body. Not enough time to resolve into anything recognizable. Just a darker column, stretched from halfway up the frame down toward the welcome mat, like somebody dragged a smudge tool straight down the center of the image. If you scrub back and forth slowly, you can feel your eyes trying to turn it into something. A long coat, hair, the outline of an arm. But there are not enough pixels to make a proper bargain. One frame it is there. The next it is not. The hallway goes back to empty. The clip finishes with a few more seconds of nothing. I rewind and watch again. There. Flash. Gone. I turn the volume up. At first, all I hear is the camera's usual hiss, the faint electric buzz of the hall light, some distant plumbing knock from another unit. Then right when the blur appears in that single frame, there is a sound. Not the woman's song. Not a word. Not a heavy footstep. A single, long exhale. It is soft but deliberate. The kind of breath you let out when you step up to a window and look in, or when you finish some small, satisfying action. There is something about the length of it, the way it tightens at the end, that makes the back of my neck crawl. It sounds almost pleased. I realize my shoulders are up around my ears. I drop them consciously and lock the phone, setting it down face up this time, like I will somehow be safer if I can see it light up instead of feeling it. I decide, stupidly or bravely, take your pick, that if this is happening while I am writing, then it belongs in the story. That if the story is going to be food, I might as well show you what it is chewing on in real time. So I keep typing. My fingers are shaking just enough to make little errors. I correct them as I go, but something strange starts to happening on the screen. Every now and then, the cursor jumps back a few words, not all the way up the page, just back to a sentence I have already finished. It lands in the middle of a word, refuses to move for a beat, then lets me regain control. Once, as I am trying to type, I pulled my phone closer. It hops back up into the previous paragraph and drops the word pull into a sentence where it does not belong. I delete it. I save the document, fingers hitting Ctrl+ harder than necessary. When I type the word back, it comes out back the first time. My hands supposedly hitting the keys too many times. I tell myself it is just nerves. I erase one back, move on. 2 lines later, I type, I step back from the table, and the screen shows, I step back from the table. It feels less like a typo and more like the word is trying to duplicate itself, insist on being there twice, as if the concept is important. I delete one, leave the other, and do my best not to think about it. As I am writing this exact sentence, a notification pops up in the bottom corner of the laptop screen. Not from the door camera app, not from email, from something I barely even remember logging into on this machine, my Maps account. A small, cheerful rectangle slides into view. New place visited, warehouse street name. Today, 2:18 a.m. For a second, I do not understand what I'm looking at. My eyes track the words, but my brain refuses to line them up with meaning. The warehouse's street name looks wrong on this screen, like seeing an ex's contact photo pop up while you are in bed with someone else. The timestamp makes it worse. 2:18 a.m. The exact minute I started writing the first line of this story. I have not been back to that part of the Foothills in months. My car is parked in the lot downstairs. My phone has been on the table next to me, face down, since before midnight. The only place I have traveled tonight is between tabs and paragraphs. According to the system that tracks where I go, I started this story and, at the same time, visited the road the warehouse sits on. I click the notification because pretending I did not see it is useless now. The map opens to a familiar zoom. A stretch of 2-lane road, the small spur where trucks turn in, the gray block of the distribution center squatting above the tree line. A little red pin hovers over it, pulsing smugly. Visited, today, 2:18 a.m. It repeats, in smaller text. For a second, My vision tightens around that dot. The kitchen, the laptop, the table, all of it feels like it is sliding sideways, as if my apartment has become a badly rendered overlay on top of where I really am. I close the map. The desktop returns. The document with this sentence in it waits patiently. The fridge hums again. The AC kicks back on. Upstairs, my neighbor drags a chair. My phone, sitting beside the laptop, remains dark for now. The last doorbell alert still sitting quietly in the app, waiting for me to give it more attention than it deserves. I put my hands back on the keys. If my devices want to insist that I was in two places at once when I started telling you this, then writing it down is the only control I have left. At least on this line, right now, I still get to decide where the cursor goes. This part is for you, not you in the abstract. You, specifically, wherever you are right now, listening to somebody read my words in whatever voice your favorite horror channel uses. I have a pretty good guess about where that might be. Maybe you are in a bedroom in some quiet subdivision. Your house is one of a row that all look roughly the same in the dark. Low roof lines, a tree or two in the front yard, a cul-de-sac where kids ride bikes during the day. Right now, the street outside your window is mostly empty. One or two porch lights left on by people who forget to turn them off. Inside, your AC is humming. That steady, low rush of air through vents, pushing cool or warm into the room. Your fridge in the kitchen clicks on and off whenever the compressor feels like it. Maybe there is a bathroom fan running down the hall. Maybe a dog collar jingles once in a while as something shifts in its sleep. You have your phone propped up or on the nightstand, screen angled toward you. The progress bar on this video sliding slowly from left to right. The glow paints your face. The rest of the room is soft-edged. Or maybe you are in a small apartment like mine. Your window looks out over a parking lot, or an alley, or the backs of other buildings. A pole light turns the world outside, flat and colorless. You can hear your neighbors through the walls, someone's TV, a laugh, a muffled argument, the occasional thump that could be dropped laundry or something else. Your fridge hum is closer, because the whole place is basically one room. The AC unit in the wall rattles. A fan turns slowly somewhere, blades ticking a little at the end of each rotation. You might be watching this on a laptop at your kitchen table the way I am writing it, or curled up on the couch, or lying directly on the floor, because sometimes the floor feels safer than the bed. Or maybe you are in a car, parked outside a job you hate, or a house you do not feel like going into yet, or on the side of some two-lane road that cuts between patches of woods and empty fields. The heater is on. The vents blow warm air at your feet. Your Bluetooth is connected. The channel's logo glowing on the dashboard screen. Outside the windshield, everything is dark except for the parts your headlights touch. Maybe you can see the silhouette of trees. Maybe just another car a few spaces down, its windows black. Wherever you are, there's a soundscape wrapping around my voice. Fans, compressors, vents, distant traffic, a neighbor's TV, a heater clicking, the tires of other cars over asphalt, your own breathing. I am not here to tell you to quit your job if you work nights, or to stay away from warehouses, or to never do security, or never take an overnight shift because you have kids, and that is the only time you can get hours. I am not going to tell you to rip out your security cameras or throw your phone in a river. I get why people install them. I get why you might have a doorbell cam, or a baby monitor, or a dash cam, or a cheap little system watching your driveway. I did too. What I am telling you is that there are some things that do not live in any one building. They live in the way systems connect places. They live in the shared circuits between cameras and mics, in the invisible paths your phone draws between where you are and where you were, in the logs that say you visited somewhere you do not remember visiting. They live in the seconds between cycles, when machines all happen to pause at the same time. If you have listened this far, you have probably already pictured the creek behind that warehouse in the foothills, the way the water sounds moving over stones at night. You have pictured the gravel road, the way it slopes down past the loading dock toward the trees. You might have tried to hear the woman's song in your head, even though you have never heard the actual melody. You might have imagined the warehouse interior, the aisles, the hum of lights, the intercom speakers in the ceiling, the way footsteps echo at 3 in the morning when you are the only one there. You might be thinking about your own version of that place, some big, echoing room you have been in that did not feel as empty as it should have. The more clearly you picture those things, the more room you are giving what I am talking about. That is not a threat. It is just how it seems to work. Sometime tonight, maybe while this video is still playing, maybe a few hours after you turn it off, I want you to pay attention to something you probably never notice on purpose. The moment when everything in your space stops at once. It does not matter where you are. In a bedroom, there will be a second where the AC takes a break. The fridge happens to be between cycles. The bathroom fan is off, and no cars are passing right outside. No one upstairs is walking. No pipes are knocking. No dogs are barking. In an apartment, there will be a heartbeat, where the neighbor's TV cuts to commercial. Your radiator pauses. The elevator is not moving, and the ice maker in the freezer is quiet. In a parked car, there will be a breath where the fan changes speed, the engine idle dips, the radio shifts between songs, and no other vehicles roll past. Every room, every car, every town has that 1 second of absolute quiet if you listen long enough. We build these machines and tell ourselves that as long as they are making noise, we are safe. That hum means life. That buzz means power. That fan means the air is still moving. But all those systems are built on cycles, and cycles need rests. That is where it seems to get in. I started this by talking about a warehouse on the edge of an Appalachian town, perched over a creek. I am ending it talking to you, wherever you are, through a device that is capable of picking up its own echoes if you let it. So here is the part where I connect the dot for you, cleanly. This story, my nights on that dock, the woman singing by the water, the steps on gravel, the glitches in cameras and doorbells and phones, is now running through your speakers, on your hardware, into your walls. That makes it a kind of cable. One end is buried back in the foothills, in that loading dock and that gravel road. The other end is sitting right next to you, on your bed, in your hand, on your dash, on your counter. It has already carried my voice. It has already carried my memories. If it works the way I think it does not stop at that. I am not telling you this, so you will yank the plug out of your device right now and sit in the dark. You can if you want. It probably will not make much difference. What I am telling you is this. The next time you are lying in bed, or sitting on your couch, or slumped behind the wheel in a parking lot, and you feel yourself drifting, and the background noise of your life has settled into something you do not notice. Try noticing what happens when it stops. Notice the exact second when your fridge clicks off and your AC has not spun up yet. When the fan between you and the dark is briefly inert. When the cars on the road outside have all, for some reason, hit red lights at the same time. If, in that one perfect second of silence, you hear the smallest crunch of gravel right outside your door or down your hallway or behind your car seat, if you hear the soft part of a footstep that sounds like someone stepping onto a surface that should not exist where you live, if you feel, just for a breath, like someone is standing right behind your shoulder, close enough to lean in toward your ear, do not panic. By the time you notice it, it has probably already stepped to your side of the camera. I did not plan on ending it there. I was going to say more. Something about how I do not know if telling you this makes anything worse, or if it just means I am not the only one thinking about that 1 second anymore. But as I finished typing that last line, the little green light next to my laptop's camera flicked on. It stayed on for exactly 1 second, long enough for me to see my own reflection in the black of the screen, the faint outline of my face, the room behind me. Then it went off again. I went into the settings, into the privacy menu, into every place I know how to check. There is a log buried in there, tiny, boring text, showing which apps have accessed the camera recently. For 2:47 a.m., the entry is there. Camera in use, no application name. Just a blank where the program name should be. Nothing for me to click. Nothing for me to uninstall. That is all I have. You can do whatever you want with it.